Radio with no plan. This is universal thoughts. All being seeing what I'm seeing. You can realize and recognize.
It started off at 13, breaking all the rules. Cut the school and burn it up at my brother's school. Not a bona fide money taker yet, but learning fast about all the things that dirt gets. Roaming in the streets with my peeps in the evening, creeping. Ice pick up my Pacific Trail sleeping. Sometimes just beating people for the hell of it. I was so young that getting locked was irrelevant. Getting over the bag, taking cash on the street, printing in the mailbox on the first and 15th. And yo, my favorite was the orange box cutter. Just opening it up and scared the shit up out of the sucker. Talking shit to the shit, talking about murder. At age 15, I got my very first murder. Now it's time to get it on with society. Quick to click on any punk niggas that be out.
A little bad boy, you. Who went to get the grade, trying to make a little name. That caught up in the game. I didn't recognize I was part of the statistics. Why did someone kick the ballistic? When I turned 16, kid, I thought I knew it all. I followed no man's yoke. I made my own rules, so I started moving with the click and sick juveniles. We're caught up in the system with rap sheets for miles. I got drug possession and burglaries. I got 81 felonies with a string of armed robberies. It doesn't matter what you done to do a bit. Doing adult crimes, being charged as a kid. I slid in new directions, I got cash on my mind. 17 now, I need the cream and that's the bottom line. It ain't hard to find, just link up with one of my mans. Someone who's real, somebody who I consider fan. So my man named Shake, he make mad bank. He drive from South Cliff to New York with fake gas tanks with dope and marijuana. He's mad paid to still live in Gowanus amongst the sharks and piranhas. So I got rid of them, now my pockets looking right until we got stopped one night, jumping on the turnpike, flashing lights is behind us. He said that we'll be fine. Now here they come with a team of trucks and the K9. So I guess I'll never see that condo with 12 garages. I dropped my head and said I wish I never fought the charge.
Here's for all the brothers who wanna see green, but not green correctional facility.
Yeah.
Just keep your head up and make that cream and duck the man to the best of your ability. They got me caught up. Goddamn, they put me slipping, got me locked up by the 15 for that last shipment. Call my mama and my shorty, tell them daddy been naughty. People do the damnest things when they filled with 40s. I'm 21, I'm a man now, so I can stand trial now. Regret living the life of a foul child. Maybe being a nerd would have been cool when I reminisce on school back in the days when I used to break math school. Now I'm rocking the cell, no bill, who catching hell fear. You turn and forget my girl, she ain't sending no mail. They try to play ya, I hang ya, I keep my banger, riding on prison buses, giving judges the middle finger. I make my boys some time, shouldn't talk to you now. Put me on that old straight path that I don't know to have. Word to mama, my mom, she tried to teach me. My uncle tried to preach to, but he ain't get through. Me and my Tommy set street degrees, shirked each other, my brother. There's no honor among these, so I participated in the paper chase. It was sort of a waste, cause now I'm caught up in the wrong place. Crime ruled everything around me. Catching charges, mama bail me out now.
A local bad boy, you. Who went to get brain, trying to make a little name. Got caught up in the game. I didn't recognize I was part of the statistics. Why did someone kick the ballistic? A local bad boy, you. Who went to get the brain, trying to make a little name. Got caught up in the game. I didn't recognize I was part of the statistics. Why did someone kick the ballistics? Word up, man. Well, brother, man, you gotta recognize.
I was despised and rejected, spit on and disrespected, came to my own afflicted. Why didn't they listen to me? The greatest sacrifice no other man could ever give. I gave my life and soul, knowing it would make you live. Spirit was willing, with my flesh I had to overcome. I asked my Father, pass this cup, but I was the only one to do His will, fulfill the scriptures to perfection. Lay down my life in hope of reconciliation. Christ is on His way. Will you be waiting for me? Christ is on His way. Will I find faith in me? Christ is on His way. And no one's confusion. Christ is on His way. Turn right to is on its way. How could you do this to me? You only have I known. My sheep lost in this world. To you my love was shown. I came to give repentance, forgiveness of your sins, to be a prince and savior. But you won't let me in. Instead deliver me unto the enemy with all your blasphemies. How could you do this to me? Stuck in your ways, you broke the covenant. You glad you did, for I'll make judgment. Oh, forgive them, for they know not what they do. What they do, what they do. I won't be with them face to face till I turn it back to you.
Yo, you thought I wasn't coming back? Imagine that, watch the sky crack when I attack. I held back the winds from the four corners, and you were gonna watch my battle axe get bloody. No one above me, the please let them choose me to bruise me, but nothing could move me. You refused me like you never knew me. I didn't have to do it when I carried you a nigga with your wicked butchery, and you don't remember me. The whole world watch my name ain't lie. So against my side. Now I will turn, burn, and unlearn, but the whole world heard from everything I do is for the Lord. If I bleed, I bleed for Christ. If I die, I die for Christ. No matter the price, understand it. I present my body as a living sacrifice.
That's right.
Repent for the kingdom of the Lord is at hand. The coming of Yahweh is not, and it prophesied when he was going to be born and died. I hope these cats realize that there ain't much time. First and foremost, the Satan hoes keep your guards up close with the armor of the Most High. He's not a man that he should lie. Hate with Jake and walking wild. Christ is on his way. Really ready for me. Christ is on his way. The love and faith in me. Christ is on his way. And no confusion. Christ is on his way. Generations who Christ is on his way. Really ready for me. Christ is on his way. Christ is on his way. How could this do this? I'll hear the
Welcome. I got to reboot my computer. I got a lot of updates, but I'll do it later. Welcome. Welcome to Testimony Friday. Thank you guys for being here. You could have been any place, but you chose to be here tonight. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone that is in the building. Thank you so much for being here, man. We're trucking through. So let's run through our hashtags and everything that we have set up here, right? So we have 4 hashtags. No more be the change. It takes a village. Visitation rights are for inmates, not for fathers. So no more. I mean, it speaks for itself. But for those of you who don't know what that might mean, today is the day that you say no more. No more will you be used. No more will you be abused. No more will you make no No more will you blame other people for the decisions that you make. No more will you make excuses. Today is the day that you take your life back from the enemy and willingly and purposely give it to the Father. Today is that day. Today is the day that is the new beginning, the new birth. No more. Be the change. When we look in our communities, we know that there is so much that is wrong and so much power we have to influence our communities. But a lot of the times we tend to wait on other people who have no dog in the fight, no dog in the race, as they say. The people that know what the community needs are the people that live in the community. No one knows the community better than you, than I, than we. So with that being said, be that change that you see that your community needs. If it needs more cleanliness, be that cleanly guy or gal. If it needs more love, be that love. It starts with you. It definitely starts with you. So with that being said, let's move on to it takes a village. The one thing that we need so much of that we have so less of besides time is that support system. We do not have that support system. And the one thing we try to do here in the village is create that environment of what a support system should look like, feel like, taste like, all these different emotions and feelings and all these different five senses that we have. We try to stimulate all of that, right? Because we are all we got. We are all we got. And our Lord and Savior, this is what he taught. This is what he pushed. This is a core addendum in what he taught, that we need each other. No one is a rock or an island all on their own. And if anyone that tells you that I did it by myself and I don't need nobody, they're a liar. Everyone needed somebody. Everyone needs somebody. Now, that person that says that they don't need you after they needed you, at that point, they're going to say they don't need you, but everyone needs someone. That's just the way the system is built. That's the way the Lord made it, and he did it purposely. So we need the village. Why is it? That love, that support system. If someone falls, the system is there to pick them up, to let them know that they're not by themselves. Because too often in this society, we are taught, we are pushed into believing that we're alone, that no one understands, no one cares, no one wants to help. But here in the village, we break that mold and say, we're here, we care, we're here to help, and we're not afraid to say we love you. But also, we're not afraid to give you the truth, right? Because the truth is what's going to grow you, as TJ says. We move on to visitation rights, or for inmates, not for fathers. Ladies, this is not primarily for you, but not exclusively for you, right? You might have, a bad husband or a bad boyfriend, whatever the situation is between you two, because there's always your side, my side, and then there's the truth. However, we have a child, and this child didn't ask to be brought into this world. We brought this child into this world, knowing that we were dysfunctional, knowing that we had issues, knowing that we weren't grown enough to raise a child. But yet, here is said child. Our job at this point, when we find out that we are pregnant, and I want you to hear the words that I'm using because I'm using them concisely, right? We are pregnant. It is no longer about I or you. It is about the child. So we need to create a cohesive environment for that little being, for that new child that is here. We need to create a cohesive environment that this child can flourish in. This is our job. This is what we're supposed to do. This is our main function at this point. Not to continue bickering or arguing about what happened in the past. Don't get it twisted. I know it's not easy to stop doing that. However, look at this little life that we have. Do we continue the dysfunction and the cycle in this little life? Or do we say, you know what, let's give this little life a chance at a life that we didn't have? So please, don't use the system to get even with your child's father. And those of you that do it, you know, shame on you. But understand, you know, life is crazy in the way things happen. Don't think that vibration, or don't think that spirit that you push out won't come back. Please don't think that. We move on to AAA, acknowledgement, acceptance, and application. Acknowledgement. Acknowledge that you are the reason why you're in the situation that you're in. It's because of you, no one else. You made that decision. Scripture says that there is no judgment higher than your own. What does that mean? That means no matter how much advice that I give you, or Miss B Finesse gives you, or LA Floyd, AMF, it doesn't matter how much advice we give you. At the end of the day, you have to make that choice on whose advice you're going to take and apply. And I guarantee you, if it goes well and you're standing on that stage and you're getting all the accolades, you're not going to want B Finesse, LA Floyd, AMF, Anthony. You're not going to want no one to come on that stage because you did all the hard work. You took what they gave you and you made it work. You made it tangible. You did that. So deservingly, you deserve all the accolades. But let's deal with the left side of it. If it doesn't go right and things fall apart, have that same energy to stand on the stage without help from Miss Finesse, without LA Floyd, AMF, or Anthony. See, a lot of us don't do that. When it comes to the bad, we want to bring all those guys up and gals. We want to bring them all up to the stage. We don't want the heat. Nah, G, stay there. Because this is the beauty in that, right? We move to acceptance, right? Because we have to accept the ramifications of the decisions that we make. To every action, there's a reaction. And the beauty of acceptance is the learning curve. So between acknowledgement and acceptance is the growing curve. And we know that there is no comfortability in growing because it's new, uncharted region. So it's going to make you uncomfortable. But here's the thing. You're going to learn more. You're going to be a better version of yourself than how you walked into that situation. Because now you know more. You know where you fell. You learned from it. You are a tactician at analyzing and being over analytical of this situation, and you learned from it. You became a better man. You became a better gal. And now what you learned from it, you now apply. Application. The mirror. The mirror is not an easy thing, man, because that ugly creature staring back at you is who you are. I know we all have a picture of what we think we look like in our mind's eye. But that's not the true picture of what everyone else sees. I know in our mind, our breath stink. Our breath smells good. But when I blow my breath in Butterfly's face, it smells like 10 dead deer. But in my mind, I'm good. In my mind, it's smelling like peppermints. That mirror is what brings you to reality. And sometimes that mirror can literally be a mirror, or that mirror can literally be your friends, your family, your wife, your husband, your children. They're going to tell you the truth. They're going to tell you how you are seen, not what you want to be seen as. And it is up to you to take that information, because truth is going to make you free. It's going to free you either to continue moving left, or it's going to free you and push you and propel you into moving right. Choice is yours. The truth is too heavy for the weak. I know a lot of people are being taught that they're weak, especially when we're talking about people that serve Christ. Christ comes with an order. Christ comes with parameters. Christ comes with a lifestyle. Christ comes with discipline. Christ comes with mercy. Christ comes with grace. Christ comes with patience. Christ comes with long suffering. Christ comes with sympathy. He comes with empathy. He comes with patience. He comes with direction. He comes with intention. He comes with integrity. He comes with character. He comes with all these things. And unfortunately, to be in this world and to function in this world, you have to have none of these things. Do what you want. YOLO, you only have one life, right? You only have one life. Live it. Why care about that person? Continue rocking. Walk over that homeless person. Yeah, you hear something going on next door. Don't get involved. It's none of your business. But here's the thing. When that thing happens to you, now you want to wonder, why isn't the world helping? Where were you? Where were you? We showed that video a few weeks ago about that man that grabbed that woman's hair on a train. Nobody got involved. 5 men that we can see through the camera. No one said nothing. No one did nothing. You had a man that was probably around 260, 270, looking into his phone as if he couldn't see this woman. How do you think her life changed? How do you think she sees men now? She don't trust us at all. At all. Bigger than that. And I'm not trying to minimize her pain, but bigger than that. You did nothing, right? But I guarantee you, if that happened to your sister, your mother, your aunt, your daughter, you'd be raising hell. Why didn't anyone get involved? Well, why didn't you get involved, right? Be the change. See how all these things link? Be the change. See, this is why the village is so important. This is one of the tactics that this world uses. It separates you so that you have no connection. You have no camaraderie with this young lady, with this young man, with this brother, with this elder man or woman. You have no connection unless it's directly related to you. And that's not how the village works. Although I don't know that child, I understand that that child is part of my village. So that is my child. This is why children really didn't do too often of bad things. Why? Because they knew that they had a lot of eyes on them. That child belonged to Mama B. So everybody was watching that child. But we're in a society now where no one gives a damn about nobody. And then when it happens to you, you want to put your arms up and you want to raise hell and say, why didn't someone do something? Well, why didn't you do something? Be the change. For those of you that have accepted Christ as your Lord and Savior, for those of you that know what your position is and you're playing it, you're not weak. I promise you, you're not. This world is going to tell you that you're weak. This world is going to tell you that what you're doing is wrong and you should just do you. It's not what Christ says. So you have a choice to make. You're either going to fall victim to what this world wants you to be. You're either going to be influenced or you're going to be the influencer. Pick. Because Satan is the one that's influenced. Christ is the one that influences. Pick what you want to be. You want to be set apart or you want to be down with the pack? You want to be holy or you just want to be you? You pick. Choice is yours. You can only serve two gods. There isn't 50. I know Satan makes it think that there's 100 different choices. There's only two. I promise you there is. Make your choice or one will be made for you. Sight. Guys, we got to stop picking these chicks on sights, man. We got to stop picking these women on sight. Ladies, you got to stop picking these dudes on sight. You need to start using vision, because what's happening is a lot of children are being born through sight into situationships that are not conducive for their health. It just isn't. We spend more time in trying to calculate how the hell we're going to look for the weekend to go pop it off than we do with this woman we're going to sleep with and potentially get pregnant. We need to start using vision, man. We need to start seeing past our noses. We need to start seeing past how she looks on the outside. And it goes into something that I was talking to a villager and a member of SB Nation. I was kicking it to SB today. And we were having a conversation. And the conversation segued into quality. Quality. I want you guys to hear what I'm saying to you, quality. A lot of the times we put more quality on ourselves than in ourselves. Let me say it again. A lot of the times we put quality on ourselves and in ourselves. What does that mean, Bolo? A lot of times we spend more time in the mirror. We spend more time in the store. We buy all these different things because we want to portray. We want to give off a vibe. We want to give off a vibe. We want when that chick to see us, it says something. Hell yeah. We want when that dude see us, it says something. Hell yeah. That's what we want to do. And we do it, right? We spend so much time on ourselves. We spend so much time getting ourselves ready, getting our hair done, getting a haircut, getting a manicure, pedicure, getting all these things done, getting your beard shaped. But what about the inside? How much quality, how much time do you put into you, into your spirit? Do you put the same amount of time? Do you sit and build with the Father the same amount of time that you go out there and buy Jordans? Shots fired at me. I can do that. We're equal opportunity shooter here, man. We shoot at everybody. Do you do that? Do you sit down and take the time to build with your Father? Because once you see that woman and she sees that man, the quality that you put on the outside, it worked. Now it's your job to see what kind of quality she has in her. Scriptures tell you that it starts inwardly first, then outwardly. Can't teach something that you're not. So if you meet, right, when it says that a man findeth a wife, it's a good thing. How about you're that dude that put a whole lot of quality on the outside of him, but put no quality in him? You might come across a good woman. You come across a good woman, and what happens? When she realizes that you have no quality in you, when she has that conversation, because she's not as dumb as you. She's not as dumb as you. She's going to sit down and ask you pertinent questions, direct questions. She's going to sit down and check your spirit. Check your vibration. See where you're coming from. See the way you were raised. See your family. Have conversation with you. And when she sees that everything that you are on the outside is totally different than what you are on the inside, she will pick up and leave, sir. It doesn't just go for men, it goes for women too. When he sees that you are banging, hair flowing, eyebrows nicely shaped, makeup popping, got the high heels on, the arch in your back, you got all that going on. He's like, damn, all right, let me holler. He sits down with you. The quality that you put on you is miraculous. Nothing short of spectacular. When he starts to have a conversation with you and see that you're an airhead, guess what he's going to do, ladies? He's going to pick up and bounce. That's what he's going to do. Because he realized that you did not match his fly. He realized that he knows his worth. And the value is going to show in his standards and vice versa. The Lord is not going to give something good to something bad. It doesn't work that way. He's not going to allow you to poison his daughter. And he's not going to allow you to poison his son. I promise you he's not. So please take the time And I use this example all the time. We put so much time into when we buy homes, when we buy cars, especially now, right? Gas is some places $7, some places $9. We take so much time on calculating APR and how we're going to work around it. We take so much time into the physical, into the carnal life. And we don't take that same time, that same love into our spiritual life. It only helps you. It only helps you to be the best version that you can be. So let's start using vision, right? Let's start trusting God. He sees it all. Remember what he says, the heavens is his throne and the earth is his footstool. Who has a better view than him? Damn, that's a hella fine view, you know. So he sees it all. So last and not least, we need to stop being emotional animals and start being spiritual creatures. How do we do that? Stop living in our lower two bodies, which are the emotional and physical. We need to start living in the spiritual and mental, because emotional feelings have no context. It has no perspective. All I know is that I'm angry. That's all I know. And if I don't have no context or perspective to that anger, I am going to take it out on somebody that has nothing to do with why I'm angry. So a man will automatically go into cognitive thought. He is going to think about what his move is and respond accordingly. He's going to take that emotion from his lower two bodies, hand it up to the mental. Now, why isn't he handing it to the spiritual? Because the spiritual is what's connecting us consistently and constantly to our network, which is Christ. Period. Just like your cell phone, it's always connected. You don't want to be disconnected. So what the Lord is going to do is going to give you insight, because the Bible doesn't speak about everything, but being connected to the Lord, he will give you insight to the specific so that you're able to function and maneuver around situations. That's how God works. That's how God works. So now, once he figured out why he stepped on your Jordans, come on, G. You stepped on my cap and gowns. That's crazy. My sixes, we're going to have a problem. We're going to have an issue. All right, I understand what happened. I understand. So now, once my mental figures out what the situation is, once my mental say, okay, this is what happened. Self, he had to jump out the way. It was a big tractor trailer coming, and if he didn't jump out the way, he would have got hit by the car. So he stepped on your sixes. Yeah, I know it ain't cool. Hand it back down, and you're angry as you are. You're like, bro, all right, man, I got you, dogs. I got you. Just be careful, all right, baby? Yeah, Miss Finesse, you're with me. Not my Concords. Because I got the Concords too. And the cap and gowns. God forbid the Concords. Come on now. God forbid the 45 or the 23s. Don't even go there. You get me pissed off, Miss Finesse. Please. But we have to understand that we have to live in cognitive thought. Doesn't mean that we don't slip. Doesn't mean that you ain't going to give someone the bird once in a while. Doesn't mean that you ain't going to curse someone out. Yeah, we understand that happens. David slipped a whole lot, but the Lord said that it was a man after my own heart. Why? Because his core foundation was of righteousness. So it doesn't mean you don't slip. We do. But you want to teeter-totter more towards not slipping than slipping. So we need to be spiritual creatures and not emotional animals. So with that being said, here in the village, we believe that our four bodies, our mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical should be at a perpetual balance or as close to it. And with that being said, where's my man at?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are
We
live.
are live. We are live.
Bang, 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 bang.
We are live, man. We are live. Welcome, guys. Welcome to another Testimony Friday. Let's give some shout outs to AMF in the building, Butterfly in the building, Bolo in the building. Who else in the building? We have Big Ant, Big Brother number one in the building. Salute to you, LA Floyd in the building. I like that picture you got. Miss B Finesse in the building. Welcome, welcome. Sneakerhead. Miss Anae in the building. Thank you for checking up on the kid. Miss Anae, we got to work. We got to talk today about that contract, man. We got to figure this out. Knowledge and relationships. Salute to you, sir. In the building. Lyric Speaks in the building. Lancelot, haven't seen you in a minute, man. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Today is Testimony Friday, guys. Today is the day where you guys come up and you guys talk. You guys come and share your strengths, your weaknesses. You share what you've learned. You share about how you've conquered your weakness. You share about what you're going through. And us as brothers and sisters, we hear you. We pray for you. We are here for each other. So today is not about Bolo speaking, but I will speak until someone's head pops up and I'm able to talk to them. But understand, there's some things that we're going to have to talk about today. Contracts have to be renegotiated and things of that nature. And, what we're going to do. And, mixtapes, they're going to be going on sale. Not new mixtapes, but old mixtapes. They're classics now, man. So let's talk about it. So until you guys come up and get the strength to speak on your strengths and weaknesses, I wanted to talk about you, me, we. I wanted to talk about us putting our agenda above the Lord. When we choose not to put quality in us, when we choose not to seek ye the kingdom first, and all else shall be added. What does that mean? Well, see, there's two ways you can go about things in this world. Two ways. You can do things your way, or you can do things God's way. And see, and this is the beauty in God. When you do things your way, it's gratifying to you. Glory is brought to you. And it stops, and it's short-lived, I promise you. See, God is that sun. And him being that sun, his light shines on all. So we all get some of that light. We all get that glory, because there is no glory if he doesn't share it. Because why? You're that living testimony. He wants you to walk around with that spirit of glorification, that spirit of love, that spirit of understanding, that spirit of patience, that spirit of mercy, that spirit of grace, that spirit of patience, that spirit of empathy, that spirit of sympathy, that spirit of giving. Because this is what our Lord and Savior was. Because when we read John 15:15, I will get it. John 15:15, it reads, John 15:5. And it reads, I am the vine, you are the branches. I want you to hear, and I will let you know what point that I want us to focus on. I will ding. I am the vine, you are the branches. Now, the Lord is establishing what's what. He's establishing our position opposed to his position. So he's letting you know, I'm that dude. I'm the one that nourishes you. I'm the one that raises you. I'm the one that puts breath in your body, like lyric says. I'm the one that gets you running up and, running around and doing all these things like Anthony says. I'm the one that does this, not you. I'm the one that feeds the birds. I'm the one, and there's scriptures on this too, and he says that. He says, can you feed the birds? I do that. I'm the one that created the solar system. I'm the one that gives you the 4 seasons. I'm the one that gives you air, rain, wind. I give you all these things. Know who you're talking to. Know who you're talking to. I am the vine. That's what that says. And him just saying that, he is saying, I am the great I am. I am your sustainer. Without me, there is nothing. Wow. Feel that. Meditate on that just for a second. Without him, there's nothing. Without him, there is nothing. So I am the vine. I sustain the universe. I sustain the solar system. I sustain the galaxy. I sustain you. You are the branches. You are connected to me. I directly feed into you. He who abides in me. See that? There's a reason why he says that. Why? We need him. He doesn't need us. He chooses to want us. Listen to the difference. God does not need man. He chooses to want man. Now, on the other side of it, we need God. Same way you need to breathe, you need to eat, you need to drink. He who abides in me, you have to abide in me because you need me. And I in you. And I will abide in you because you are in me. You prepared yourself. You accepted me. And by accepting me, now I live in you. That's how that works. You will bear much fruit. You know why? Because I'm feeding you. And if I'm feeding you, there's no other choice but for you to live. Okay, and then we're going to talk about it. You need to come up. There's no way but for you to do well. There's no way but for you to go out there and flourish. Why? Because you're connected to me, my G. You are connected to me. There's no way you can't match my fly. You are a holy person, people, particular person, people. You represent me. You are my living tabernacle, my living temple, my living church, my living ark, my living testimony. For without me, you can do nothing. So let me give you the other side. Remember, the Lord always gives you left and right, up, down, good, evil, Christ, Satan. He's always, there's only two. He's going to give you that other side too. So you can make that choice. For without me, you can do nothing. You nothing without me. You freestyling. You playing Russian roulette, my G. And guess what? The house always wins. If anyone does not abide in me, he is cast out as a branch and is withered. Why? First off, you're thrown out. And you better look at the pictorial picture that he's given you in your brain. This is the Lord talking. The ultimate lyricist. Because that branch that he was talking about, because that vine is connected to the branch, or that branch is connected to the vine. So that branch flourishes. That branch is going to blossom flowers, going to blossom trees, and the birds are going to live in the branch, and all these different things are going to happen. But if that branch just happens to get too puffed up, too big for its britches, you know what's going to happen? It's going to get cut off. And you're going to wither. Why? Because you have no sustenance. You have no food. You're walking around like a living dead. Check out the oxymoron in that. You're living and dead because you have no purpose. The Lord didn't breathe life into you. You don't even know you're dead yet. And they gather them up and throw them into the fire. And they are burned. If you abide in me, listen to this now. If you abide in me and my words abide in you, you will ask what you desire and it shall be done for you. Whatever your spirit desires, meaning what's going to elevate your spirit, what is going to propel you closer to Christ, the Lord will give it to you. I.e. husband, i.e. wife, i.e. better job to take care of your family so that you are able to focus on Christ, things of that nature. Not, Lord, I need some grills to put in my mouth and I need it to be VVs. Nah, come on, man. It shall be done for you. Remember I told you what I was going to do with the point that I needed you to focus on? Let me hit it again for you, just in case if you didn't hear it. Check this out. By this, my Father is glorified, because by you being a part of him, by his words being in you and you going out there and you being that testimony, you being that living ark, you being that example, you being that person that is wholly separated, not in the world, not of the world, but in it. There is glory, right? Towards God, because it's not about you. This is about God. God gives me the strength to do what I do. God gives me the patience. God gives me the grace. He gives me the mercy. He gives me the love. It's all about God. And watch what he does now. This, my Father, is glorified because you kept his word and you will bear much fruit in his name. That you bear much fruit, so you will be my disciples. Come on, man. So let's go to the point of what happens when we choose not to put him, when we're not putting the quality in our bodies, but we put the quality outside of our bodies. We're not taking the time to understand his heart. But we want to function on the heart of the world all day, every day. Every day we want to talk about the world. What does the Lord say? Because you can't trick him. Can't trick him. Right? Matthew 15:8. What does he say? Okay, hold on. Ane says, Bolo, I have figured out a way the contract can work. You agreed to no freestyles. So if you in Lyric Speaks are gonna honor your agreement from the other day, you should write rhymes before the streams. Okay. Laugh out loud. Ane, I told Bolo he did not have to adhere to the contract. He may freestyle as much as he likes because the people seem to love his horrible lyrics. Wow. Yeah, you see the shots? It's all good. We'll take it. It says here, Matthew 15:8. These people honor me with their lips. Oh my God, they speak highly. Oh my God, they're on the pulpit speaking. Oh my God, they're in the churches talking. Oh my God, they're on the corners speaking. They honor me with their lips. Damn, they nice. Oh wow, look at them. And what those dudes try to do to Mary Magdalene? They tried to use the law. Now, why do I bring that up? Because the law only shaped you. The law was for the physical. See, Christ came with the spiritual. Christ said, he who has no sin cast the first stone. Cut them. Bang. You know what he dropped on them? Them cats looked at Christ and was like, oh my God, be this dude, man. Damn. They kept it pushing. So what does Christ say? But their hearts are far from me. He knows your heart. The covenant of Christ, you can't, there's no loopholes to that, baby. There's only one way to get into that gate. There's only one way to get in. You're either going to go through the straight and narrow or not. You make that choice. Everyone has a choice. Listen to what he says. Revelations 2:4. But I have this against you. I have this against you, that you have abandoned the love you had at first. Think about that. The Lord created you. The Lord gave you life. The Lord sacrificed himself, not because he sinned, because we did. He walked this earth and came down because there was no other man that can do it. He walked this earth and came down because all the sacrifices that man gave wasn't good enough to wipe away the sins of man. You know how they say it? If you want it done, you got to do it yourself. Not only did he talk it, he walked it. And boy, did he walk it. You turned away. He didn't turn away from you, because when we read the scriptures, we're in Chronicles. Never did he walk away. Continuously. Gave you Moses. Moses was his man. And they was like, Moses came back and said, Lord, they didn't want me. He said, they don't want you, but they asked for you. Yeah, I know, Lord. These people that you got me running around with, they on a different level. But these people are supposed to be separated. They're supposed to be different. Why do they keep wanting to be like the rest of the world when I want them to be different than the rest of the world? I want them to be my images. I want them to be the one that represents me, that when they want to see God, they come to see Israel. I feel you, Lord. Well, you know what I'm going to do, Moses? I'm going to save Israel with an exceedingly great miracle, with strength and power. And then I'm going to kill him and raise a nation out of you, man. You can't do that, Lord. Can't do that. Why not? You know what they're going to say about you? That you did all of this stuff for these people, and then you just did that just to kill them? You did all of that stuff just to kill them? Now you good, Pasha. You're on time. I like that, Moses. You good. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let them walk around for 40 years. And, that generation's going to be done. All right. You know best, Dad. The Lord never walked away from us, man. When it was dark, he was a pillar of fire above us. When it was sunny, he was a cloud that blocked the sun out. Got to a point where he rained heavenly food. And cats still had a problem with that. What? Patience? And this is what, me personally, I think about it. I'm sitting there saying, he doesn't have to deal with it. He chooses to. That's a big thing to choose. I choose you. I don't need you. I choose you. Y'all better think about that. We put so much attention and put so much time into how we look, how we feel, how we walk, how we talk. You know what I mean? We got to talk a certain way, son. You know what I mean? Because the people got to see and got to feel how I speak. They got to understand my style, right? We don't put that much into our spirit. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. You want to know why things ain't going right? Because you haven't given yourself up to the Lord. And even then, you want to know why you don't have inner peace? It's because you haven't given yourself to the Lord. You want to know why all these chicks take your bread? Because you haven't given yourself to the Lord. You want to know why these dudes only use you for your body? Because you haven't given yourself to the Lord. Now, how does that work? What do you mean? Because the Lord is going to show you how important you are. The Lord is going to rebirth you into a new creature and tell you how important you are and what you are and who you are and what your worth is and what your value is. To be patient, to walk circumspectly, and to use your discernment to find yourself that husband. That's how that works. That's how that works. Guys you can't get around that. You can't. Although we try so much. This is what trips me out. I want you guys to hear. And before we keep going, right? Hit the like so that the algorithm helps this video to be seen worldwide. Right? Subscribe, like, comment. I know I don't say that too often, but I gotta remind myself to say I'm gonna probably write it on my whiteboard, and but why are you using a whiteboard, boy? Guys want to argue about everything, man. So there is nothing that we cannot go to our Father for. There is nothing that we can't go to him, speak to him in. He should be our best friend. He should be the one man that we can go to in all situations when everyone has failed us, when everyone is saying, I can't make it. He's the one that's just sitting there. Told you. I'm never going to leave you. I'm always here. Even when you don't need me, even when you think you don't need me, I'm here. Colossians chapter 1, verse 16. For in him all things were created. For in him. In him all things were created. Listen now. In him. Things in heaven and on earth. He created it all. I forget the name of that dude with the afro that be signing stuff. What's his name? My name's the painter. Anybody in the village know? Alex Ross. Money no joke. Alex Ross is the GOAT. God has his imprint. He has his signature on everything. Everything. Why? Because he created it. Because he created it. Things in heaven and on earth. Big brother number one. 1 1.
What's going on, man?
You were supposed to say that back, man.
What? 1 1 1.
Oh man, forget it, Pete. No, forget it. That's the whole thing up, man. You know, I
I
said,
did, man. I caught only parts of it
but
because it was transitioning in. I just heard you going 1 1 1.
man, brother, come on, man. I set you up right, brother. All you had to do was slam dunk it.
Yeah,
Bob
I missed
Ross.
that alley oop.
Yeah, you said it, Bob Ross. I said Alex Ross. Bob Ross. Bob Ross is the man, son. Bob Ross is that dude, especially
Today we're
when
gonna paint some trees. See the trees?
hey little tree. He sound like he sounds like a weirdo. Hey little tree. Someday, all the birds are gonna live in you, and you're gonna say hi to the little tree, and you're gonna live right here in the middle in the cold. And he'll do it right in the middle of the picture. And you're like, yo. And when he's done, it's fire.
Yeah, it looks like he's throwing stuff against the wall at first, and then all of a sudden you look up and there's a whole winter wonderland all painted out. It's like, dang.
And
And
he'll
all
make
before
you
and all before he's just dabbing on the canvas, just dab here, dab there, couple of little straight lines here, and did. Next thing you know, it looks like something out of a I don't know, man.
and the crazy thing is he'll make the tree with a knife. A little knife that he has, he'll make the tree out of that knife. He won't use a brush or nothing like that. And you're like, do
Mm-hmm.
you know the insight you gotta have in what type of talent and what type of thought process? Like today, I'm looking at Cecil, right? And I was looking at a video of Cecil. For those of you who don't know who Cecil is, that's my friend, the hummingbird. Do you know what kind of insight? You know how fast them birds fly, man? And those birds fly through branches and trees and don't hit nothing. Do you know how quick your brain got to process that stuff? You know how quick for him to
Yep.
draw something so beautiful, and you sit there and go, damn, man. And the Lord is telling you all of that came out of me. I gave him that talent. Well, how did you do that, Lord? Look, he's drawing something that I created. Look at what he's drawing. Now look out your window. That's alive. What he drew was on paper, canvas. We put so much on what oh boy. When did you have time to talk to Cecil if you were working?
They won't leave you alone with that, man.
And you ain't gonna say nothing. You just gonna let that rock, right?
Hey, man. Hey, that's kind of funny. It's kind of funny.
Wow. Yo, bro.
It's kind of funny, man.
Okay, brother. Listen, just okay. All right.
And it's like you said nothing about talking. You said nothing about talking to Cecil. You said you saw it.
I was watching
She
the
came
video.
in when how can you work and talk to Cecil? How do you have time to talk? Tell her you Dr. Doolittle. That's how I do it.
Dr. Doolittle. Melifant, what is going on?
Hi, Bolo.
Hey.
I'm happy to be on the live stream. I decided to hop on just because this is Testimony Friday, and I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the village, and honestly, I've gotten so much support from you, from Anthony, from Lyric, and I'm immensely grateful for how God is using your lives and everyone in the village, of how supportive everyone is. So yeah.
Well, thank you for being here. Lyric says, "Hey there, you."
Hi, Lyric.
And why did you see what she just wrote? She says, "So no one see the lie in this." What lie? It was a video. I didn't say that. Yo, bro, listen. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Melifant, how's everything? How you doing? Everything good?
Yeah, today I went to work in person.
Woo!
which felt great. I never thought that I would have complaints about working remotely, but there's nothing like, you know, having a
There's no such
designated
thing as that complaint does not happen. No one has that complaint. You're faking. You're
I'm
making
not
stuff up so we
faking.
can get sympathy now.
I love my job. I'm not even gonna lie. I love my job. There's a certain energy when we're all working towards the same mission, towards the same vision. It's contagious, you know. And I had a good day, and I really focused on just constantly thinking about God and not allowing my thoughts to linger in like my sad thoughts or my anxious thoughts. Because I realized that a lot of times my own mind is sabotaging me, and I have to remind myself that God is the one that protects me and keeps me on the path. And yeah, I honestly I've been struggling a lot with my depression, and uh, I've been trying to not look at myself like a victim or look at myself like a martyr, but to realize that I'm an adult now with a daughter of my own, with a family of my own, and after a certain point, it's like I need to let go of the past, and yeah,
And you have a family here, and
yeah,
it's not something that's going to happen overnight, you know. And it's amazing that you've come this far, as of all, yesterday, this morning, and Lyric spiraled me. I'm blaming them too. They spiraled me into a little episode this morning. You know, it happens, man. It's gonna happen, but know that you have the Father. Know you can talk to him anytime. We don't have to go seek out a Levite. You know, we don't
yeah.
have to go on Craigslist and say, "Where's the nearest Levite?" So I can go talk to him. Big Ant, where's the nearest Levite so I can go talk to God? I need to sacrifice. I got this turtle dove in this cage. You ain't gonna do that no more. You can just go and holler at him. Lord, let me tell you what's going on today. Some things is going on. I got people attacking me about, you know, Cecil and about hummingbirds and things of that nature. So, help me.
That is something I really learned a lot in the village, is that, because I grew up very religious, going to church multiple times a week. And, I thought that congregation was super important, of going to a physical church with a pastor and being underneath a pastor. And so when I stopped going to church after I finished high school, I felt really lost, and as much as I tried to connect with God because of so much anger that I felt and so much confusion I felt about the church, I not only distanced myself from the actual religion, but I distanced myself from God. And being in the village, you guys taught me a lot about that. It's not about the actual structure. It's not about, like a pastor. We have the ability to have a relationship with God, and a lot of times we keep ourselves away from God. Um, and that's something that kind of it gave me kind of that freedom of like, okay, wait a minute, no, I don't have to force myself to go to a certain church, or have a certain, like go to church on Sundays to be good in God's eyes. And yeah, like I've learned so much about the Bible, about God, in it, watching the live streams and watching, like the live streams in the morning, than I learned in all of the years that I spent like in the church growing up.
Wow. Listen, all praises to the Most High, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, all praises. Um, you brought tears to my eyes, man. You know, um, it's an awesome thing. The scriptures say that every time a spirit is brought back to the Lord, there's a celebration. What scripture is that, Big Ant? I know. I forget where it
I
is.
want to say it's Matthew 7. It's out of Matthew 7. Talking about the 90 when one comes back,
Yeah,
shepherd going get the leaves
yeah.
the 99 and gets the one.
No, is it? Let me
I
get it.
think it's 7. I think it's
You
7.
said you
I
said
could
Matthew.
be wrong. I could be wrong.
No, 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 no. I think that's probably one of them, but there's another one. You said Matthew 7. You said
Yeah, Matthew 7.
what verse?
I gave you Matthew 7.
You want me to read the whole thing? I'm thinking, help me here, please. Help me.
Let me see. Let me see. Because I could, like I said, I could be wrong. It could be
Damn,
6.
boy.
It could be 5. It could be 4. I'm just
um,
all over the place.
nah.
Let's see. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun,
I know there's one that says that, and my mind is all over the place because I'm trying to protect myself because I'm being attacked about Cecil, about Fred, George. The elephant disappeared. Elephant come back. Where's that?
dun, 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 dun. Or is it in Luke?
I think it's some. I know it's in
Uh,
Manchester.
yeah, because it's the parable of the lost sheep is what it is. Luke 15:4.
Luke
That,
15:4.
that's it. That's
Okay.
it.
All
Luke
right.
15.
Someone I knew one of us was gonna find. I'm glad you did. Luke 15. Let me go to it.
I had to think. I had to think.
Luke 15:4. You said.
'Cause, yeah, Luke 15. So Luke 15, and he gives. The deal is he gives what he's doing in Luke 15. He gives a parable. He gives 3 parables, and it starts off um, about. He talks about a man who has 100 sheep, and one of them gets lost. He leaves the 99 and goes and grabs the one. And well, read it. Luke 15. Then all the tax collectors and the sinners drew near to him to hear him. And the Pharisees and scribes complained, saying, "This man receives sinners and eats with them." So he spoke this parable to them, saying, "What man of you having 100 sheep, if he loses one of them, does not leave the 99 in the wilderness and go after the one which is lost until he finds it? And when he has found it, he lays it on his shoulder, rejoicing. When he comes home, he calls together his friends and his neighbors, saying to them, 'Rejoice with me, for I have found my sheep which was lost.' I say to you that likewise there will be more joy in heaven over one sinner who repents than over
Mm.
99 just persons who need no repentance. Or what woman has 10 silver coins? If she loses one coin, does not light a lamp, sweep the house, and search carefully until she finds it. And when she has found it, she calls her friends and neighbors together, saying, 'Rejoice with me, for I have found the piece which I lost.' Likewise, I say to you, there is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner who repents."
That's it. That's it. So there's a celebration going on. Don't think
Hmm.
that the angels don't know how to party. I don't know what they do, but there's a celebration going on, man. You know, um, and again, it's not an easy thing. This is we all fall. I know you heard that's good. We all fall short of the glory, but we used to read this scripture all the time. Ephesians 6:12. You know, um, and it says, "Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of His might." That's about having faith, right? In the power of His might, knowing that you have a relationship with Him, knowing that He's in you, knowing that you trust in Him, that He is all and in all. In the power of His might, put on the whole armor of the Lord. So He's telling you, wrap yourself in this man, inwardly first and outwardly, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. The devil's a sneaky dude, man. Sneaky dude. Makes you think that there's 30 different decisions to make, and there's only one. There's only one. You're either going to serve the Lord or you're not going to serve the Lord. Those are the two you have. Really, the one, because you're going to make one of those decisions, but there's not that many. But in the left, he makes you think that there's so many things that you're able to do, but it all suffices into one thing: you going against the Lord's agenda. That's what it boils down to. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood. This is what we have to keep figuring out. We don't fight against flesh and blood. Yes, the fight happens in this three-dimensional world with height and length. But you better understand that this is a spiritual fight. What guides your flesh is your spirit. That's what guides your flesh. When people say, I have a hunch, all these different things, they're just dumbed down words from the spirit. That's all it is. You want to say something, Matt? Or Melephant? Was that one of y'all?
Yeah, I was actually gonna say I definitely agree that it's a spiritual battle because you know I feel like everything that happens within my spirit and my soul, it starts affecting my, everything, my work, my family, my finances, every single aspect of my life. And I noticed that um when I do pray and I come to God, it's almost like the words I'm telling God are tested. And something happens that day that like, it tempts me to lose my patience or get angry or get prideful. It's almost like the words that I'm speaking out into the open are tested of like, do you mean what it is that you're saying? Or are you going to fall to your flesh once again? And it really is a battle. And I like I used to be quite frank, like I would give up so easily and just wallow in my own self-pity, in my own dark little hole. And I would I feel like depression can be sometimes it's a very selfish mental illness because it's all about you and your feelings, and everything else doesn't even matter, including God. And it's really hard to get out of that mindset. But once I started realizing, you know what, like it this isn't something that seeking help or just seeing a psychologist or just taking medication, that's not going to help if my spirit is dry. And especially like when I've been talking with Lyric, she's really opened my eyes to how much um how much I can actually overcome if I truly put my trust in the Lord, if I truly like in those moments, instead of seeking comfort within my own flesh or within the worldly things, if I seek for comfort in God, he is going to help me. He is going to give me the tools that I need to get better and be at peace. But that's only going to happen if I actually go and seek him instead of just doing the easy thing, just running away from God.
Bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, boy. Absolutely. Couldn't have said it any better. Absolutely. Everything that you said was 100% on point. Absolutely. Everything that happens to us is in us separating from the Lord. What you think about that, Ant? Everything that happens to us in whatever we're going through is in us separating from the Father.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Especially when we start. I put it like this. I think a lot of people don't really understand how far and how deep that rabbit hole goes. Right? There's a difference. We kind of talked about it a little bit this morning, but there is a difference when it comes to uh, being in God's presence, in being um, within his will and then operating outside of that, right? It in many ways it can get overwhelming, just like she said, because you're now depending on your own insights and your own strength. And you know, when a person gets caught up in that, you'll have what happened with Solomon. And you saw in the book of Ecclesiastics, which was he starts, basically he's like, you could tell it was a person who went through bouts of depression in many ways, right? When he was like, vanity, vanity, everything is vanity, right? And it wasn't until, you get to the end of the book where basically he's gone from one way of thinking to another way of thinking, right? He's gone from a human insight where he sees no purpose to a godly insight where he sees, his purpose in God. And it really sets that whole tone for the whole book. And he tells you he tried everything. He did everything. And he realized that apart from God, a lot of things is meaningless. And you're also seeing, and you see it right now, um, that most people are having those problems, right now. Most people have those problems today, right? They built their life around, everything but God, and they'll even claim, "Yeah, I'm happy. I'm fine. I'm this and I'm that." But the deal is, when they are by themselves, right? When they are, you know, there's no one else now. It's just you by yourself, and they realize that their life is empty. No matter how they try to put on the facade that they are great, they realize the emptiness in everything that they have accomplished to do. That's why a lot of people, you'll hear about a lot of people who will, even, start businesses and start companies, and they'll get to a certain position and climb corporate ladders, and they'll accomplish all that they set their hands to, and they get there and they realize that it was meaningless. Everything that they set their hand to accomplish, it was meaningless, because in that striving to get to that certain position, once they literally, you know, caught that dragon, slayed that dragon, you know, what's next? And a lot of people go into uh a lot of people you'll see go into depression, and you'll hear stuff, these midlife crises and all of these other different things that happen because you become face to face with your own humanity. You become
Mm.
face to face with your own limitations, and you come in face to face with the success that you tried to claim, and now you have grasped it and you realize that it's empty.
Mm. You
And
know,
then you have people that feel like, hey, I wasted my life doing this, right? So now they're trying to find something else that could give them that fulfillment and give them that joy, and they try everything except the person and the relationship that they should have had at first.
was a perfect example of that, Big Amp, an elephant. I'm sorry, I'm eating peanuts. I'm sorry. A person that was a perfect example of that, Robert Williams. Robin Williams.
Hmm. Hmm. Yep.
That dude made the world laugh. Yo, he's a brilliant actor. Brilliant. I'm talking about, I still watch um something nanny. What's that one called when he was the nanny?
Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I still watch that and cry. When he's in the courtroom and he says, "Don't take my children away," and he breaks down, spectacular. But he was still alone. The one person that you can't run from is you. We say that all the time here, and nine lyric. The one person you can't run from is you. So no matter how much company you keep, because that's what the enemy does, right? He wants to keep you, make you think that you don't need God. You got me. Satan tells you that. "Ah, you got me. I'm your man. I'll be there with you, but he ain't gonna be there with you. Not through thick and thin. When you running amok, yeah, he there. When you need him, when you need to stand up, when you need to lean on someone, when you need to bounce back up, he ain't there. You by yourself. You know who's there when you're by yourself? The Lord. I'm here, man. Never left you. Never left you. So, you know, hearing you tonight, you sound so different. I don't know if you hear it too, Big, but she sounds so different. With you sound so. I don't know, man. You sound different. You sound awesome. You sound awesome, and God is worthy to be praised. Absolutely, because there's nothing that we can do. All we are testimonies to Him. That's it. That's all we are. All I'm gonna do, all Ant's gonna do, all Lyric's gonna do, all anyone is gonna do in the village is tell you how awesomely great the Lord is and what He's done for us. And this is how you can do it. Look, open up the book and read it. There's nothing in here that we're doing that you can't do. That's it. It's not hard. It's simple. But the enemy is gonna make it seem simple. You ever try to open up the Bible, you would up and amp. As soon as you open up the book, you tired. Well, that's the enemy. All these little tactics and all these little things, work through it, man. We here. We here. Every day we're here. I don't know what other channel does that. I don't know what other channel is going to say that we're here every day. Well, except Saturdays and Sundays. But sometimes we still go on Saturdays and Sundays. But we're here every day. It doesn't get no better than that. Absolutely. It doesn't get no better. And yeah, me too, Melofant. Me too. Sorry for interrupting you, Amp.
The only thing I was gonna say is she sounds at peace.
Ex-
That's how she sounds. She sounds at peace.
That's it. And being at peace doesn't mean that you're not going to go through the bumps and bruises. You just know, I got my dad with me. I'm good. When when you were young and you went to school and the bullies bothered you, but when your father or your big brother came with you, you felt them dudes didn't bother. They left you alone. That's exactly how I feel with them. I got my father with me. Y'all guys can't bother me. I'm good. And so people can make fun of me, and that I talk to animals, and people could say that, the animals are not alive. They're not, I know what the animals do. And my brother next to me, he won't defend me, but it's all good,
What are you talking about, man?
See? Yeah, you don't defend me.
I do defend you.
When did you defend me?
I defend you all the time. I'm like, you can talk to animals if you want to.
That sounds like a backslap. That's what.
No, you can talk to animals, and if they respond, then hey, animals are not stupid unless they're. Well, no, I'm about to say unless they're a donkey, but most donkeys aren't stupid. So
Okay.
most animals
Yeah.
understand.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. But yeah, Melofan, I'm so awesomely glad that you decided to hit the link. PCDC says I don't of any other channels that are just sticking to the word. They always have to add in the middle of what they are reading, and it is distracting. Then they want to skip over. We appreciate that. And he says morning readings here. I've heard enough jumping around in the actual church service. And you know, it's a
There you
testimony,
go.
you know, it's a testimony to the people. Like this man right next to me, and Lyric, and you know, you have a name, BCDC. Who else is on point when it comes to the Morning Princess? Miss Carrington. Um, Forgive me, Butterfly. How the hell can I forget Butterfly? Butterfly, Pasha Blaine, all of these men and women, and forgive me if you know I didn't mention you. All of you men and women that come and here, we feed off y'all. Don't you know? This is a symbiotic relationship that we all feed off of each other, and that's the beauty of the village. That's the beauty of God. That's the beauty of God. Heaven, where everyone cares for each other. Everyone is from a different region, but we all have one thing in common. We love Christ. Christ is our Lord and Savior. We're going to love each other. We're going to be there for one another. One person hurts, we all hurt. One person is successful, we all successful. We're happy in that person. You know, so man, you ain't got to. I mean, you can say that out loud. You ain't got to put it in the private chat.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Nah, man. This is your night. This ain't mine. This is yours. This ain't
Yeah,
ours.
well,
It's yours.
so I'll just say what I said in the back chat. But I am grateful for all this, and I really appreciate you guys. I do have to like get off because I gotta wake up early. But it was really good spending this Friday night with you guys, even if it was virtual.
Hey, well, we're glad that you could make it.
Well, definitely glad that you can make it.
Yeah, thank you,
Def-
thank you. Have a good night, everyone, and I love you. I love the village, and yeah, like have a good night.
And we love you.
You too. We love you too.
We need to have like a fun night, man. And like a night, like a karaoke night. What you think?
Uh, have at it.
I like that. I
I
like
don't
that idea.
sing, so
No,
I'll
you ain't.
listen.
You ain't gotta sing, brother. You can. You know what I'm saying. You can say a poem. Like since I can't rap, what I was thinking is like doing one of those poems. You know.
It's up to you. You
And
can
you
do
have
whatever.
to know that the birds fly high. And what does the chipmunk say? The chipmunk says like that. What you think? Did you like that?
You had to have somebody either playing the little, what's that, snapping
Bass.
fingers or whatever else
I
in
was
the
trying to
chat.
do it. I was trying to do it. I was trying. I was trying to do it.
Otherwise, it won't work.
That's the only way it's gonna work. Well, you know, they you don't. I was trying to do it, man, but you know,
Well, I'll tell you this much. It's, I'm just, right now, I'm happy for everything that's gone on. I am ecstatic. That was a great testimony. And I'm actually ecstatic about what happened earlier today. From the reads, get off the reads, I go to work. While I'm at work, I start getting alerts and people start hitting me up on my phones and everything else. And I'm kind of like, what's going on?
what happened?
They overturned the whatchamacallit.
Oh, you talking about
Yeah.
Washington?
Yep.
Oh,
I was like, wow. Took 49 years to do it, but they did it.
well,
And I
my
said to
theory on
myself, huh.
my theory on it is they doing something bigger. That's my theory.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. See, the deal is what I look at is that, of course, they're doing stuff bigger, but, you know, all kind of stuff happens, right? But the one thing I look at it is this. I don't have to worry about getting taxed for that foolishness no more. And
You kept it simple.
I did. I'm not getting taxed for it now. I'm not getting taxed for something I don't agree with. And that sounds kind of like, well, aren't you happy that babies are not getting killed? Da, da, da. Well, see, that's the deal. They're gonna do whatever they want to do in regards to that, because all it means is that this is not federally funded anymore. Now it's all goes back to the states, and so the states who want to do it will do it. States that don't want to do it won't do it, and they'll have everyone to have some type of um, thing behind it, and life will be good, I guess, in some shape, form, or fashion.
Well,
But when I look at the whole thing that went down and everything else, I was just glad about getting that food, a good portion of that foolishness out the way.
they were saying that if your state, this is what I heard. Maybe I heard wrong. One of you guys can correct me. If your state doesn't do it, if someone drives you to another state, and I think that you're not like you living in that state, that they can be charged like as an accessory or something, some madness like that or something like that.
Um, I don't think so, because it's just not happening in that state. There was nothing that's saying that they can charge you for like an accessory to a crime because you're not committing a crime in that state, right? So everything
Be
else is
something similar to take gay marriage for instance. Some people were going to, before it became federal law, people were going to like Massachusetts to get married, and so they were legally married in Massachusetts. But the conflict came when they came back to their state. So, say if you're living in Louisiana at the time, they didn't accept or acknowledge homosexual marriage. So they wouldn't provide you with the rights and privileges of marriage, and say like Louisiana before it became federal law. So basically, what's going to happen is it's kind of like what Anthony was saying. If you're in, let's say, state aid, it pretty much their state law has outlawed it. You could probably go to a state like Virginia, California, or New York and still get it. And
Well, what happens when you go back to your home state? Like, see,
nothing.
with the
What
example,
they gonna do? Stop you at the border and say, "Let me check you out." They can't do. There's nothing. It's the same thing. It's no different than someone going across state lines to get like an elective surgery.
yeah, like so, like yeah, state law. In general terms, it's like think about it as your house. You control what goes on in your house, right, Bolo? Just generally, yeah, correct.
right?
But if somebody goes to Anthony's house, you can't enforce your rules at Anthony's house.
No.
Now you could be upset that they didn't follow your rules at Anthony's house, but that's pretty much all it's gonna be is you being upset when they come back to your house.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, just like one of the perfect examples. And until I found that out, I was actually surprised. But like, you can legally carry in all 50 states as long as your gun is in your car. So, for example, if you have open carry or constitutional carry in the state that you live in, and your car is registered to that, it acts like an eminent domain as far as your car is concerned. So if someone tries to rob you or hurt you or whatever else, and you have a firearm inside your car, and you use that to protect yourself, then you are legally allowed to do it. Now, if you take that gun out of your car and you're walking around with it, you're liable to whatever state that you're in. It's real wild, but that's the law. That's the law. So if I'm driving from New Mexico to South Dakota, right? And New Mexico is open carry or constitutional carry or whatever, then as long as I am inside of my car and have my firearm inside my car, then the law of New Mexico in that regards apply to me. The minute I take the firearm outside the car, and use it, discharge it, or whatever else, I am liable to the laws of whatever state that I'm in. Most people don't really know that or understand that. And so, it depends on, if you know the laws of your state. That's one thing that's different. However, right, I can't just say, well, in New Mexico, I can do this, that, and the third. Well, bro, you trying to do that in Kansas, and that's not gonna work. Like you trying to do that in Oklahoma, or Missouri, or Kentucky, or West Virginia, or
The
New
pimped
York.
up will realize.
Yeah, that don't work. That doesn't. What you're saying doesn't hold water. And a lot of things and that's kind of how this is. When you set the soles of your feet into whatever state that you're going to, you now have to abide by the laws of that state. You have to. And so if they want to, someone, like one of the things they were talking about, because the people were saying, especially up in California, well, California already has, quote unquote, they have some of the basic, you know, pro-abortion laws on the books, you know, than anywhere, right? So nothing's going to change for them. They'll still be doing exactly what they're doing. But what can happen is they can't, you know, go visit a relative in Texas and then decide, hey, oh, this went down or whatever else. Well, while I'm here in Texas, I'm going to have, I'm going to go to the clinic and get this done. Well, no, that doesn't work in Texas. That's not available. So you have to wait till you go back to California before you can get any of that stuff done. So, but it's that's what's gonna happen. But like I said, the thing that made me glad behind the whole thing is that I don't have to fund it. My tax dollars doesn't get used for that anymore, and I need to keep as much tax money in my pocket as possible.
Yeah, but they're gonna find something for that tax bracket.
Oh yeah, they will.
Oh, here's something that's very interesting. There was a movie called Swing Vote. It has Andy Garcia, very great actor, and basically kind of the same thing happened. In this decision, it was a 6-3 vote. In the movie, it was a 63 vote. In the movie, there was a new Supreme Court justice that was coming on the court, and it was another case that came up to the court in the movie from a southern state, and so predictably, most of the southern states, have the strictest state laws on abortion. And so currently, it's been overturned by 6-3, and we have a new Supreme Court justice that'll be on the court in the next term. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but if there's a movie playing, in real life is playing out like a movie, and another case goes up to the court, and it comes out to be a 5-4 ruling or 6-3 ruling, with the new justice making the majority opinion, then I might start listening a little bit more to some of these conspiracy theories. Not taking them, totally as the truth, but when art becomes reality or fiction becomes reality, some of the stuff they're saying, may have, kind of a dash of truth. I just find it really ironic that life is playing out like that movie.
Oh, you don't have to. You don't have to think about it like that. I mean, really and truly,
I'm not trying to give credit to a conspiracy theorist. I'm just
oh,
the real life movie called Swing Vote.
Yeah,
Andy Garcia, watch it. I'm not trying to feed into the conspiracy theorists. I'm just saying it's very ironic that this is playing out in a similar fashion to a fictional movie.
My point is, there's a saying that goes, what's the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth? 6 to 12 months. That's the difference. The difference between the conspiracy theory and the truth is 6 to 12 months. Why is that the case? because within 6 to 12 months, most people have forgotten what has gone on before. They've moved on to the next thing. So when it comes to pass, and then everybody goes, aha, then they're like, they try to blow it off. Like, no, 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 no. This was not happening. Like this, and this. No, you know what? Everyone knew that the person who currently sits in the Oval Office is not good. Everybody knew that. How did he get in? Now you'll have the people say, "Well, he was voted in." Well, yeah, was he really?
No, we don't follow history. We don't follow history.
Exactly.
Back in the 70s, there was a president, Gerald Ford, who was the president to Nixon. Now he wasn't very well liked, and there was a candidate called I think it was Carter. Carter. Now he wasn't too well liked, but they kind of wanted to get rid of the Nixon Ford administration. And so everybody kind of coalesced like they did with Biden. Just like what's happening now. Carter may have been a nice guy, you know. He just was over his head. Gas prices started going up. You know, he had a situation in the Middle East. And then here comes a guy saying, "Make America Great," and Reagan. Google electoral maps. I think Carter only won. I think he won 3 states, but basically it was just like a red wave. And the only thing worse was Reagan versus I think Walter Mondale, which was like 49 states to 1.
Right. So
like if history repeats itself, we have some guy in the wood. I won't say his name because I don't know how YouTube is doxing or whatever. But there's a gentleman that uses the phrase make America great. And you know, there's a president currently in office like Carter that people, you know, really don't like, you know, are tired of. So if this person comes out the woodwork and there's a major sweep, you know, don't be surprised. Because it's playing out just like it did with Carter. So, you know, it just, yep.
That's why I'm saying, you know, most people don't. When you look at everything, it just shows you how much, you know, if you really just stop. You know, Bolo's real big. You know, stop. You know, stop trying to be so fast. You know, just take your time and be observant. Right? You're moving around too much. Right? Most people have been indoctrinated so much that they don't understand basic economics. There's no reason we should have $5 gas prices, $6 gas prices. In some places going up to $7 and $8 gas prices. There's no way we should have it, but we do. And you got people who think that that's normal. Right? It's crazy. And then you look at, you know, what they're screaming about, there's a food shortage. There's a food shortage. There's a food shortage.
Yeah.
There's a food shortage coming out. But then you look and you see that earlier this year, 96, I think it was 96, 97, what you call those, got burned down. What were those things called? Processing plants. 97. It was like processing plants, food processing plants got burned down earlier this year. Now think about this. Now keep in mind, this would be a lot of your winter and spring. They mysteriously burned down. You hear nothing about this really. It was a blurb in the news, maybe, right? And then all of a sudden you have so many thousands of heads of cattle just dying, right? Just no reason. They just die, right? But right before that, right before that, they're telling you how you're going to have a food shortage this year. It seems like we're going to have a food shortage. We're going to have a food shortage. We're going to have a food shortage. And
It's
now
like
you see,
planting a seed. They got to
exa- there
get
you
you to.
go.
So it's
Now
like,
you ask the now you ask the question: how come all of a sudden Bill Gates is the richest, has the most farmland out of anybody in America? 248,000 acres.
well, let's go back 2 years, Anthony. They scared everybody into getting a shot. Now
There
it's
you
like
go.
nobody's posting pictures, being. I don't see anybody still being proud of taking the shot.
No.
Whether they took it or not, nobody shouted that you need to take it. Da, 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 da. Actually, in
Right.
some sectors, they were voting because
Right.
some states are trying to get this final run, and bureaucrats are trying to get this final run at your money by saying that they want to uh, make it a part of the vaccination, the normal vaccination scheme for, elementary, for public school education. And there are some states, parents associations that are fighting against that idea that you would have to
Mm-hmm.
get the C shot as part of the normal, I guess, measles, polio vaccination, whatever your state's normal
Right.
vaccination is for kids. And there's some, parents are rising up against that. What 2 years ago was like, this is necessary. This is selling you fear. And so you buy into the
Exactly.
fear, and then
There
you're
you
stuck.
go.
Oh, if you take the shot, we're gonna return to normal. Well, yeah, this is kind of where we're at. But the
Uh,
good news, the good news is found in the word.
There you go.
The good news.
And that's why I said what I said. I heard someone say that, and I was like, I like that. I'm going to use it, right? Because that's how it was. Exactly. You had people. If you go back to early jab days, and you had people saying, well, what about things like natural immunity? What about things like, uh, you know, vitamin D and zinc and this and that? No, 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 blah. No, 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 blah. 6 months later, oh yeah, well that works. Wait, hold up a second. A year later, oh no, that's fine. Yeah. Well, yeah, those things do play a part in making sure that um your body is healthy and this and this and this to help combat you know you know co- you know that that virus, right? And now all of a sudden it changed, and now you get things where they're saying that they can't even give it away now. Nobody's buying it. They just jettisoned like 30 some odd million jabs because no one's getting it. And now they're talking about how the whatchamacallit is losing money. Now it's starting to come out that they were getting royalty payments for everyone that was involved, who
Uh-uh.
were the scientists and doctors who were pushing this stuff out, were getting royalty payments. It's like, well, wait a minute. What about you told us all of this? So you see what I'm saying? When people were saying that before, it was you're being a conspiracy theorist. When people were saying these things before, it was you are, false information, disinformation. We're going to ban you. You couldn't even say anything about it at any shape, form, or fashion. And, you get your channels yeeted, you get banned and jailed and all of these other different things. And now all of this truth has come out. And it's like, oh well, it's almost like it's basically the Dave Chappelle skit. I mean, it's the Dave Chappelle skit, the Rick James Dave Chappelle skit, right? How, who in their right mind would put, you know, dirty shoes on a white couch? I never do that. I put my dirty shoes on the white couch. That's what it
Man,
became.
I've really come to the conclusion that living in life, man, that emotions are the enemy of evidence. Emotions will make you like go into fear, go into running, going to want to be relieved. And if you just take, if you just take a pause, and you just take, a second to take a breath, and you start to see the evidence, like because he hadn't given us the spirit of fear, but a love, power, and a sound mind. But
Right.
fear feeds off of emotions. It's kind of like when you're angry, like you can't focus. When you're upset, you can't focus. Like you're all in that emotion. You can't see like the truth that's around you. And so, like all of this stuff is like fear, 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 fear. You're gonna lose your
Right.
money. This stuff is going on. Yada yada yada. Like even with the recent shootings of, unfortunately, these young kids at the school, they're trying to take away the guns. Although they were in that situation, if you look at the evidence, more people died from counseling. I don't know what the correct word. I know what the actual word is. I don't want to get our channel in trouble, but where you remove yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay, Bolo?
Well, they call it self deletion. That's the way you get
Thank you.
around it.
Okay.
Self deletion.
You got to keep up with all these words and acronyms
Yes.
and pronouns. So self delete. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Most of the deaths come from self deletion.
Right.
And then the next comes from like handguns. So it's like if you kind of even in that discussion, if you wanted to really tackle the problem, you would be addressing young men, which is mostly is men under the 25, self-deleting, that would save the majority of the people with gun violence. But that really doesn't get mentioned, or how we're running out of money. We don't have any money for programs, but we can still send money over to Ukraine. I look at it like this: like the Bible can keep you calm. Like he told Noah, he gave him a sign that here's a rainbow. I'm never gonna flood the earth again.
Mm-hmm.
But some of these green people, not all of them, will say, "Hey, we got to get it together because the oceans are gonna flood us out." Now, our evidence in the book says that he's given us a promise that he wouldn't do that. But some of these green people are telling you on fear that it's gonna happen.
Well,
Now,
and that's
somebody
what.
said, "Whose report are you gonna believe?" There's contradictory messages going on. So either
Yes.
truly we're coming, not that we were never at this point, but truly we're going to have to take a stand as Joshua did. As for my house, we're all going to have to take a stand as men, or not married, the women are truly going to have to take a stand and say, whose report am I going to believe? And as for my house.
Well, I'll show you. I'll show you just and to your point, and this is funny because here's what started happening on this. So Pasha Blaine in the chat was talking about the baby formula. But all of a sudden, there was no baby formula on the shelves, and people were getting all crazed out about it. And and it was shown that they were basically taking tons of that, the baby formula, and taking it to the border. It was shown, it was on the news and everything else, and people got outraged. But something else happened. Something else happened. The truth began to come out. And what happened was you started having older people who grew up back in the day, and they said, well, formula is a pretty new thing. Formula didn't come around until like the uh, mid to late 70s, early 80s. And they said all before then, what they would do is basically go get a can of evaporated milk and put it in the bottle. It had more vitamins and minerals than what was actually in the baby formula. They were
Oh, they
also,
just put you just put evaporated
yes,
milk.
yep,
No
evaporated milk and
diluted.
some water. That's it.
Oh, somewhat okay.
Yeah,
All right.
evaporated milk, cut it with some water. That was it. And you had doctors that were going like, "Yep, that's what they used to do back in the day." Yep, and it does give them all of the vitamins and nutrients that they did. And then you had other people that were saying, "Oh yeah, and goat milk. You can give them goat's milk because goat's milk is what is closest to um, breast milk, so you can give them goat's milk as well. Goat milk is in high supply. Evaporated milk is in high supply. A can of evaporated milk could be gotten for 59 cents. A container of goat's milk could be picked up for about $2 to $3. Well, see, here's the kicker: a can of formula, 18 to 25. In some places, 35. So when people started getting that information, they started going by the other stuff. What magically came back to the shelves? What magically started getting cranked out? All of a sudden, these plants who were shut down on making baby formula now were cranked back up to start making baby formula again. Why? Why wasn't it not enough just to give people a quote unquote cheaper, better alternative? Because there's either something that's in the baby formula that either A, helps and or hinders baby development, or the fear wasn't working because people learned the truth. So now you have people still going there, and now you have almost a surplus of baby formula on the shelf. And I'm willing to bet that that price might start dropping.
Well, kind of to your
So,
point, in my section of the world,
hmm
they started having stories when it first came out about the shortage. The week after, it started kind of being national news. The stories here locally were, cautioning people from creating their own baby formula.
yep,
Because
yep,
that was kind of the thing, like, okay, you don't have it and I can't breastfeed. I'm gonna figure this out. And so for about a week or
that's how.
two, where I was, it was like, hey, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do
Yep,
that. So maybe that's why
uh,
people are
uh,
getting around.
you see,
I know that's what it
exactly.
was
When,
here.
when people start learning the truth, right? When people start learning the truth makes them free. I'm no longer in bondage to this now. And that's why I love, so it's like Romans 8, 14 through 16 is a great passage, right? It says, for as many as are led by the Spirit of God, these are sons of God. For you did not receive the spirit of bondage again to fear, but you received the spirit of adoption, by whom we cry out, Abba, Father. The Spirit Himself bears witness with our spirit that we are children of God. Why do I call it? Because the deal is there were so many people over the last few years that were in that bondage of to fear. Just like you were saying a few minutes ago. They were in that bondage of fear. And in being in that bondage of fear, right, they forgot either A, they didn't know who they didn't have God as their father, right? or they what? Forgot that God was their father. And so when your leaders are teaching you fear, both in and out of the church, right? If everyone's pushing fear, you can't have it both ways. So it's either you pushing freedom and you pushing God, or you pushing fear. And this is a lot, and this is a lot of what you saw. And so, we even see in I think it's Second Timothy, if I'm not surprised, yeah, Second Timothy chapter 1. It tells us God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. So a person who understands and knows the power of God and the love of God has a sound mind. And if you have a sound mind, you cannot be fearful.
You're right about that. You're right about that. Oh, pretty much like it's God's word and everything else is fair. Said like
Like
every
you
man
said
be a
earlier,
lie and let God's word be the truth. Even with the
think about it.
politicians, if the Republicans are in office, they say, "Oh, the Democrats are trying to take away your rights," and vice versa. Democrats in charge, the Republicans are trying to take away your rights. It's all fear. And man, if you ever donated money to either side, I did. It's hard to get out of the donation database. So now I'm just telling you from like my personal testimony. Like every time something happens, I'm getting like these texts to donate
Hmm.
because I previously donated to a campaign or I donated to a friend's campaign that was running, but they're all like interconnected. So like, okay, AMF donated. Let's see if he'll do it again. And your name gets circulated and circulated and circulated. I'm wondering like, how did I donated to a friend that happened to be part of a particular party, but I wasn't voting, I wasn't donating because they had a particular letter to their name. Like I know this person, but because they're part of a bigger network. So yeah, anytime something happens, I'm getting like these weird checks. Not weird checks, it's just texts about, donating and, will you help, stop the Republicans? Will you help stop the Democrat? And I'm just like this, like, you
Is
know,
there a spot where I can say stop both?
man, I have text back. I have, I mean, some of the I did some campaigns, and I understand like from like some of these folks they're like at the lower end or middle level of campaigns of people's staff, and so they get the brunt of the frustration and anger. So if I get somebody, I'm like, hey, I just want to get taken off your list. I try to be as nice as possible because I know what it's like to be on that other end where you might really like the candidate or the cause that you're working for, but there's people that got burned, there's people that just tired, there's people that your text was maybe like the 10th one in the day, and now that was the needle in the haystack or the needle that broke the camel's back, and now they want to let you have it. And so I'm just like, if you
Right.
can take my name off of your particular list or get me out as a whole, I appreciate it. But man, like Isaiah, man, said some powerful words, man. And in the first chapter, he said, man, if you are willing and obedient, you'll eat the good of the land. In chapter
Hmm.
3, he says, say to the righteous, it shall be well with them, for they shall eat the fruit of their deed. So it's like, man, if we just trust God knows the ways of the righteous. And so I know it sometimes it can be difficult. Sometimes we have to stay fast. Sometimes we have to gird ourselves away as much as possible from the society that we're living in, and just know that we may be citizens of America in a particular state within America, but ultimately we are foreigners, we are aliens to this land.
Hmm.
And just like Jesus told Pilate, if this was my kingdom, let's use the word. If this was my kingdom, let me use common terms. If this was my kingdom, do you think they would let me be held up by you? This isn't the kingdom. This just isn't it. But I think is that Joseph? Let Joseph get it.
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't see any name, but it looked like him, so I was.
What's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Happy Friday.
Good.
Friday.
Yeah, it's a great summer Friday. Sit back and just, as the saying goes, chew the fat.
Been having a good day, man. I'm still on cloud 9 or cloud 10, whatever the term is, over this air fryer, man. So, but you got the
Hey, man.
The air fryer is awesome.
It's game changing, ain't it?
Yeah, no grease. You got the frying pan. You don't have to bake a lot of stuff. Man, dude, I'm kind of upset that people didn't tell me I should have got one before now. I mean, I just picked it up today and fried some chicken wings, man. Man, that was awesome. Yeah, man.
Yeah, those things are nice, man. Those things are real nice.
But you're doing all right, Joseph, man. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Good.
I was, I don't know if y'all talked, I just dropped in. So I think I heard Bolo mention at the beginning of the show about the verdict that everybody knows about that I didn't even know was going on until earlier today. I was like, what is the breaking news about? And of course, I guess that will be breaking news, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. That's kind of what happened with me, man. It went through. It's like all of a sudden, everything just started. Alerts start popping up on my phone. People sending me texts. The whole nine. It's like, hey, did you hear about that? Did you hear about it? I'm like, no, I was working.
Working, me too. I was like, this has got to be did a famous actor die or something like that? That's always breaking news, right? Someone famous dies. I thought maybe the Queen might have passed away. I was like, oh, damn, that sucks. And I was like, oh, this is breaking news? And then I thought, like, from other people's perspective who supported so vehemently. No shame. I was like, oh, that's why it's breaking news. Because, they lost they didn't really, they're blown out of proportion. They didn't really lose the right to take the life of others in the womb, but it's just left up to the states now. And then the states decide, as it should have been in the first place, as it was before. So that's all. It was just reversing the decision that should have been the decision, 50, 60 years ago. To me, that's just obvious. It's state rights. It's what the states fought over Civil War for, is the federal government consistently encroaching upon a state's rights to make decisions like this, because it's so contentious that it should be left up to each individual state and their constituents within a state to decide, okay, we want to protect life and we don't. Right? Or I'm sorry, they want to protect their choice. So you use their words, protect their choice. You got some.
No, I don't like using their words, because their words are false.
It's false.
It's protecting. Yeah, it's protecting life. That's it. You either choosing to protect life or you're not. That's all it is.
I absolutely agree. It's just that if I were to say it that way to someone who believes in choice, that's the only way they will hear it, and that's the only way they accept. Oh no, what do you mean? No, it's my choice. Okay, cool. That's what makes you feel better. That's what makes you sleep at night.
Yeah.
Let's call it the A word. Let's call it choice.
Yeah.
So, but that's for your own conscience, not mine. That's between you and God, not me. So sometimes I'll push a little bit and be like, oh no, actually, but they know what it is. But that's their way of dealing with their own conscience and and how they treat life and death. And that's it is what it is.
Yep. You're either eating the kid or you're not eating the kid. One of the two. Because left to the cycle of how things are to go. 9 months later, kid is here.
Oh yeah.
That's how it goes. Unless something, and there are certain things that can happen. You know,
Premature birth
yeah,
or something like that.
premature birth, miscarriage. Uh, uh, things
Late
like
delivery.
ectopic pregnancies. There are things that can happen, but overall, that is like 2%
Very
of.
rare.
Yeah, I mean, well, not even 2%. It's like less than 1%. I think it is
Very
of,
rare.
of the overall, and you see that mostly with women past a certain age, which would be
Right.
what they call geriatric pregnancies, right? It's when you see a lot of that happening. Um, or I take that back. The other exception is it's actually also a woman who has had um, multiple
Yeah, that's true.
kids. So there's that too. So and it plays out that way. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you. It should have been always left to the states to do the needful. I mean, that's the way it should have always been. It was bad law when they ruled with it at the time, and it took 49 years to get rid of it.
Yeah.
So they did it. If you want to go Old Testament Israelite standards, they almost did a jubilee.
Jubilee.
But yeah,
Jubilee.
Bolo, man, you still here?
but a little quiet up at the top over there.
I used to. I had actually wrote out.
I'm
I
just
wrote out
chill.
my.
I'm
I
listening
was
to
chilling.
I'm listening to the knowledge being dropped. I'm
Yeah.
just
So
soaking it in.
I definitely had my thoughts about it. I mean, I let people. I'm observing, and I just find it very. It's sad to say amusing, but it's like I'm like outside of my body looking at how people react, and I was actually shocked by some of the people that I thought um, believed or felt one way, but or they felt completely blindsided by the decision, and the way that they're coming out, it's like whoa, like I'm seeing a side of people I did not even know existed. Um, And I understand that people have, their part of themselves or their lives that they keep secret or private. But this is something they're not keeping secret nor private. They're letting it all out. Oh, I can't believe. And it's like it's showing me like, well, you really hate life that much that wow. Like what's going
it,
on? How many
it's
abortions did you have? Or do you know someone who's been through it? And you perhaps instead of perhaps you led them on to feel like that they made the right choice, and now they're dealing with their own conscience coming to the forefront if they themselves haven't done it, or what like it just blowing my mind. It blows my mind.
well. Keep in mind the majority. Here's where I guess where the rub really is. It's not about. It's really and truly with people who are so upset about having it. It was never really about life anyway. It really wasn't. It was never really about taking a life or keeping a life. It was never, and they used they used the pro-choice segment, but it's never really about that. When you get to the brass tacks of it all, what it's always about is convenience.
Yeah,
They were using it as birth control. It's
yeah,
what it was. That's what it was. When you really get down to it, they were now wherever they are, they can no longer have that. In certain states, you won't have that option, and it makes it difficult for them to see that through. Now, you'll hear people scream and cry and talk about, well, if I want to go do such and such and such, I have to travel, uh, you know, 50 miles, 75 miles, and cross state lines to be able to do X, Y, and Z. blah 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 blah. Yeah, you will, but here's the deal: a lot of you do that as a commute to work. A lot of you do it. A lot of it do it when you go cross the state lines to go to a casino, or cross
True.
state lines to go to a vacation spot or whatever else. And you'll spend an hour on the road or 2 hours on the road, or, 45 minutes on the road, or whatever the
Catch a
case may
flight.
be.
You won't even have to go
Yeah.
on the road. A cheap
Yeah.
flight across the
Cheap
next state
flights.
over. Next
You
state
you
over,
can,
cheap flight.
depending on
50
where
bucks
you're
there,
at.
50 bucks back.
Yeah,
Round trip.
you can catch a JetBlue, you can catch a
Right.
Spirit, you can catch a Southwest, and pay anywhere from 50 bucks round trip. Right.
You
Yes,
said
you
it.
can do that.
You said it best about the convenience. Think about how many no's you had to say to get to this yes at the end.
Hmm.
You had to say no to abstaining. You had to say no to protection. You had to say no to taking a birth control pill. Like, it's about 4 or 5 no's you had to cross before you get to going to a clinic for something like that.
The
Like,
last
just
is
personal responsibility where you know you wouldn't even have
When
to
you
be in a situation where it's like you said no, 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 no.
Yes,
And
exactly.
then, like, all right, cool. In some states, I think like Virginia, you can you can abort the kid like at 9 months, or even if I remember correctly, you can even abort the baby after it's born,
Hmm.
which is
As long as
just super.
long as it's as long as the I think as long as the umbilical cord is still connected.
So yeah, it's just not the right to
And
you
and
know.
that's why I say it's about the convenience portion. What they're doing is what is back when you go look through this, and this has been going on for years. This has been going on for thousands of years. And it was always for one reason or another reason. When you look in the scripture, it was called um, uh, having your kids pass through the fire, taking your sons and your daughters and passing them through the fire. Well, if you know anything about that, what they would do is to there was worship. There were certain quote unquote idols that they would worship, and some of the main ones were Baal. Then there was um, Chemosh or Chemosh, and there was Molech.
Yeah,
And one of the things what they would do is, like, when you start looking at some of them was blood sacrifices that were done. In the case of Molech, one of the things that they would do is they would take the child uh, after it's been born and would offer it up as a sacrifice. By They had a statue of Molech sitting on the throne, and inside the base of it, they would basically put the equivalent of a huge roaring bonfire that would heat that statue up to it radiated heat, right? And what they would do is it had its arms outstretched before it, and what they would do is the priest of Molech would get the child that was being offered by the family and put the child's arm, put it into the arms of the burning statue, and basically burn it to death, right? And what they were doing that for, they were doing it for um, to say that they wanted themselves to have a good crop and have a good um, yield of the crops and good from a good harvest. And basically it was basically like fertility rights for the land and stuff like that. And it was a way for them to quote unquote gain success. And the other things they would do is they would offer and literally kill their children on altars, right? And you could go and look and throughout lots of different, and this is just what's mentioned in the scripture. When you go and you look at um, child sacrifice for the most part. Go look through pretty much all of history for just about any civilization, and child sacrifice played a part to bring to bring prosperity and to bring um, the ability to conquest and all of these different things. And when America was doing it, when they got into doing that, where they were doing, the yeeting of children, it started off being um, to hide a sin per se, right? So if so and so did something with someone who was an untoward, right? Stuff like you know everything from interracial relationships to someone getting knocked up or some shape, form, or fashion, then they would bring the doctor in and you know give the woman a certain concoction to drink so that she would basically go into premature labor and deliver the child uh, way before it was time to be delivered. Now, normally, what would wind up happening because of that is that the woman would be left basically infertile because of the scarring that would be done to the um, reproductive organs. So they would have, because the stuff that they were giving her to drink and everything else, and even in the delivery of the child was was really horrific. And so, but that was the price that was paid, not to bring shame to the family, right? Uh, so things for had things for everything from family status and lack of honor and all of these different things. But things magically changed during the latter part or the mid part of the 20th century. And then you had the late 50s, mid to late 50s, all the way to the late 60s. And you had the whole incoming of the uh, sexual revolution and stuff that started happening. And you started seeing an influx of quote unquote sexual liberation where it's all about love, man. It's all about love. And you start having a lot of an increase in out of wedlock births right around that time. Also, you start having the influx and the beginnings of the great society welfare system that took place and that helped basically subsidize single parenthood and everything else, but still people had a strong moral standard to. You would hear about the quote unquote back alley abortions and all this other stuff and everything else. Really, what it was you had black market doctors that would perform abortions. Is what it really was. And so, you know, as things started to pass through, and even when I was going to school, you would have the girl that was in class that magically disappeared, and her friends say, "Oh, she went to stay with her grandmother." Blah 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 blah, and everyone, for the most part, knew she was pregnant, but we're gonna act like she never was pregnant, and she comes back to school and she's normal again, if you want to say that, like nothing ever happened, right? And so, but then as you start to go into the 90s, 80s and 90s and 2000s and 2010s and all this other stuff, during that time you started seeing it, right? And you had already started. It started with the whole, Roe v. Wade. Then it became the subsidizing of Roe v. Wade, and the pieces behind that, and that's getting subsidized by the government. And now all of a sudden, it became contraception. It's really what it became, and it became passing through the fire, and it basically it was for prosperity's sake. I can't be a parent right now. I'm going to school, and it's going to ruin my chances in school and everything else. So it's got to go.
That's
Oh,
the
I was so in love with this person, but they cheated on me and went with my best friend or whatever else. I don't want to have anything to remind me. Got to go. Uh, it was a one night stand. Oh, I didn't know that it was my time. Blah 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 blah. Got to go. I mean, you just start naming. Oh, I'm starting my career. I can't afford to be pregnant right now. It's not a good time. Gotta go. So you start naming it. It became done out of convenience. It was supposed to be safe, legal, and rare, and it became clinic on every corner. You know, bring your card and I'll stamp it and give you, you know, validated parking while you wait. And it became a meal, and most people don't understand. Even today, there's a lot of people that don't understand. No, this stuff doesn't just go to the trash, right? You have organs being harvested. You have um, DNA being harvested. You have um, all of these, you know, basically body parts and everything else, things that were used for everything from uh, virus type um, stuff they use for live for viruses for against tissue and stuff to see how it's going to react with certain tissues and everything else, to even, you know, experiments in cloning. So all of these things is what they use, and they made money on the front end by performing the service, and they did money, made money and a ton of it on the back end by selling the body parts. So it was a money mill all the way around, and it was a money mill that was also subsidized by the government, built into the budget. So now can't really subsidize it now because the law was overturned. So it can't. So the federal government can't can't technically fund what is not federal property. Technically, of course, they'll probably still find a way to do it. But so the the evil behind it, the even to the point where you look at where the organization preys, it preys on mostly poor communities, and it preys on those who are less fortunate. That's why you'll find a ton of them in inner city areas and very few in areas that are in the suburbs.
none. I mean,
No, they'll be in, no, they will
I
be
have
in
not
suburbs.
seen them at all. I mean,
I,
maybe
I, I can
maybe not.
honestly tell you where I'm at right now. I can honestly tell you, you will, I have seen, and out of that whole area, don't get me wrong, it's not like they're flooding it, but there's at least one or two covering a nice little region that's not inner city. Where I'm at, where you're at is completely different. But where I'm at, I've seen it happen in one or two areas that will be considered suburb slash or even quote unquote affluent areas. I've seen like one or two, but they're not like real close to each other, and they are spread out over. When I put it like this, when I saw it, I was surprised, like because I was like, "Whoa, they got one over here." But in the city areas, yeah, there's a ton of them.
Everywhere, everywhere. I mean, imagine you a kid seeing. I mean, this is what I saw: a kid seeing just blue and white, and I still remember how they looked, like the classic Planned Parenthood signage, and the people out in front protesting against it, and the people out in front protesting for it. Um, like you're a kid, and seeing this, and it just, you don't even realize how close, like literally, not even how close, but you were right around the corner from your own mother having the choice to make that decision about you, which is a weird feeling because it's like that could have easily been you inside there. I mean, when I was a kid, I didn't think that. I just thought it was odd. And then as I got older, I was like, wait a second, like my mother could have just as easily like take a stroll around the block, like she was going to the gas station to get one done. That's just how accessible it is in the inner Black poor
Hmm.
communities, and it's just bizarre to me. So I think it's safe to say we all kind of, fortunately, we made it through, and that we were able to pursue our dreams, our goals, and ambitions, and to live a life that we could have easily not have had. And I think that's something that a lot of people who are protesting for it take for granted, is that their own life, how would they have felt on the other side, with God, realizing that this person who was supposed to be their mother and their father had them deleted and had they didn't even have the chance to even experience life or experience earth or experience the human experience because of the selfishness of their mother, and or father, because of my career. It's not something they thought about before taking the condom off, or even if it was a, as they say, mistake, or, oh, well, what are you talking about? We had a condom on and all. I'm like, okay, but you still consciously know that sometimes those things break. Sometimes there are leaks. Sometimes things happen. And so you supposedly as an adult are supposed to accept the responsibility of when that happens, if that happens. You hope. I mean, of course, you hope it don't. When you have contraception, maybe she was on the pill and the guy was on but it just did, for whatever reason, it slipped through, right? So, but you still accept that risk. But because now the law, or the abortion law, it says essentially that you have no risk, and that, well, not only do you not have any risk, but we'll pay for it, we'll subsidize it, we'll make sure
Hmm.
that from A to Z, you don't, when you put your hand on the stove, you don't feel any burns, even though there are clearly second and third degree burns from the aftermath of it. It's almost like numbing your hand from the fire that you put your hand up on. And that's what a lot of people, that's what a lot of women have been doing, and then they suffer the consequences later, whether it's themselves feeling that guilt or some sort of animosity or some sort of hatred towards themselves as a result of decisions they made years ago, or
Hmm.
if not in this life, then the one after, where they have to answer for what they did in this life, because it's inevitable. They have to, right? I personally couldn't. I can't even imagine making that decision. Even if I selfishly wanted to pursue a career or pursue more money, and I would look back on my life 20 years from now, let's say I became a multimillionaire, but yet I would always think in the back of my mind, wow, I gave up a life. I basically sacrificed my child, my would-be son, my would-be daughter, for this stuff that I won't be able to take with me after life.
Well, but and
That's a
so that kind of,
crazy. Oh,
no, I agree with you. But this goes back to part of the conversation we were having earlier before you jumped on, which is there's a lot of people that actually get to that point, right? They are, as the saying goes for today's day and age, uh, they're so busy chasing the bag, right? They're so busy chasing the bag to gain what the world views as success, that they turn around, and when they either one or two things happen. Either they fail at getting what they were pursuing, or they
mm-hmm.
get it.
Mm-hmm. I
But
think
in
that's the
either
worst.
but
I
at
think
either aspect, in
getting
either
it is the
aspect, they
worst.
get it. Yeah, getting it is, yeah. Because if that was your goal in life to get it, what's next? And most people spend a good hunk of their life, kind of like what you're saying. They spend a good hunk of their life trying to get it, that when they do and they realize that, like Solomon said in Ecclesiastics, like I said before, vanity, vanity is all vanity. There is no purpose behind it, right? You pursued something that now that you have gotten it, what do you do next? what is left? And a lot of people will go, well, I went, I made a lot of, those who got the success they wanted. Oh, I got it. I made a lot of money and, this and this and this. And they look around and they realize that their life is empty. Their life is empty. There is empty of family, it's empty of friends, it's empty of relationships, it's empty of everything that would be of value, especially God. Completely, just literally of no value. They got what they wanted. One of my favorite shows on TV was Twilight Zone back in the day. And there was a guy and he loved to read. And he worked at this bank. And he loved to read. And there were people all around him and everything else. And they would come in there and they were like, hey, how you doing? Blah, 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 blah. And he would just kind of grunt at them or go, give them this parting hi, and they go along their way. And the guy just loved to read. And he wore glasses and everything else. And back during that time, on the old Twilight Zone shows, it was all about, because of where it was, and it was not too long after, this was show that was in the 50s and early 60s, right? Late 50s, early 60s. So they still had um the spot having to deal with nuclear war, right? Someone's gonna drop a bomb. And they were also around that time dealing with like Cuban Missile Crisis and everything else. So in this episode, the guy was in the bank and he was he was doing some work, and he starts hearing all of these alarms and all these other things, and he looks up and he sees this rocket coming down, and so he hurries up and he goes and he shuts himself up in the vault, and he shuts himself in the vault just long enough, and then everything just, boom, it hits, and boom, and everything is just shaking, all shaken up, right? And so prior to that, he would be reading and he would have to stop and go do work. And he would just try to read on his breaks, and it was just never enough time. He'd try to read at home and it would be late and he had to stop reading. And he goes like that. And he would always say, there's never enough time. There's just never enough time, like that. And so anyway, bomb hits, he puts himself in the vault, close the vault, because at that time the vault was steel and lead and would have helped and everything else. And so he winds up staying in there for a little bit. And so he, after a little bit of time, he comes out and he opens the vault and he goes and he looks, and it's just devastation. I mean, it's just complete devastation. And he looks around and he goes, he's like, I'm by myself. And he's like looking around and he starts feeling sad. And so he starts kind of like wandering the streets. And he's wandering the streets and he's calling out for people and hello, 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 hello. And he sees nobody, right? So he just so happens to come up against the library. And so he walks into the library and he sees all of these. The library is kind of tore up and everything else too, but there's still a bunch of books in there. So he's walking through the library and looking on the floors, and he's like, oh, Scott and Hemingway, and he's starting to get all Twain. He's starting to get, he's like, all of these books, right? And so he then starts carrying the books out of the library. And as he's carrying the books out of the library, it fades back to him. He's been carrying quite a few, and he's got stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of books. I mean, just stacks, just stacked all the way up. And he starts looking at them, and he's basically looking, like, these books are my friends, right? Oh, I can't wait to read you. And he sits down and he says the word. He goes, all the time I want and all the time I need. And in saying that phrase, he turns and his glasses slide off his face. And it slides off the face and it hits the steps where he was at, and they break. And he goes and he picks them up, and the lenses are cracked and they start to fall out of the frame and everything else. And he tries to put them on and everything else, and they just are broken. And so the guy begins to cry. He starts weeping hard. And he starts saying, I finally had time. I finally had time. Oh, I had so much time. And he's like, why? And then the show fades off. And so I bring that out just to say, I bring that out because the episode itself it shows the heart of a person. That's all he wanted. He finally achieved what he wanted. He finally got what he wanted. He got to be with his books and by himself. But it became null and void because without his glasses, he couldn't see. And there was no one around to help him to see. And this is what and this is why when Solomon says vanity, vanity, everything is vanity, you look at Solomon when he starts the book of Ecclesiastes and he starts talking one way, and you get to the other end of Ecclesiastes and he's talking another way. He starts off talking basically a man that is just done with, pretty much he was depressed. He was like done with life. He said, I've done everything under the sun. I've searched for all the knowledge. I wrap myself up in hedonism with all kinds of women. I've had all kinds of women, right? I've had chariots and I've had gardens and I've had all of these different things. And he said they hold no value. I've accomplished all that my hand could touch. And he said it holds no value. But then he starts talking about a man whose delight is in the Lord. And he starts talking about the value of that and how his search within that and how it brought him joy and how it brought him insights and these things like that. But his relationship, he went from a no relationship life to a relationship with God. And that's what most people who are chasing the bag, they run against that wall. They wind up getting to that wall. They get to that wall. Either I've chased and I've failed, or I've chased and I've caught. But in either which way, my life is empty. So yes, we go. I'm chasing the bag. I go. I sacrifice potential children. I sacrifice mates. I sacrifice my husband. I sacrifice my wife, or a potential wife, or a potential husband. I sacrifice relationships and all of these things to get this bag. And if I fail getting this bag, my life means nothing. If I get the bag, so what?
That's interesting. Damn.
So when you look at what kid eating is, abortion is, when you really look at what it is, it's a sacrifice to Molech for convenience and prosperity, only to gain nothing. Because there's not one woman that I have known myself personally who has had that done that does not regret it. I've known women that have had it done and found out when they tried to have kids, they couldn't. And it broke them. And if it wasn't for the grace of God, they probably would have self-yeeted. Now they made it. They were blessed to have a mate that was godly. and they adopted, but it still weighed heavy on their soul because at the time the husband didn't know, and I think she had like 4, and the husband had never known because the question that was asked was, have you ever had kids? Do you have any kids? And the answer was no. The question was never, have you ever been pregnant before?
Wow.
Yeah.
You broke that down in a way that is exactly, that's it. I mean, we don't agree on a lot of things, but that was a bombshell moment, man. 'Cause that's the way I perceive it too. I see it the same exact way. I did actually I wrote down my thoughts about it, and I think it's I look at it from both sides of both points of view, and the way I think most people perceive it all. So I'll just read it off real quick. It's probably maybe like 2 minutes. But I was just thinking, like immediately when I heard about the decision, I was like, okay, I see what kind of people are for abortion, what kind of people are against it. But I see hypocrisy on both sides in different ways. So this is what I pretty much wrote. I said, isn't it funny how it's called a double homicide if a man deletes both mother and unborn child in the womb? They call it the M word. But if that same woman does the exact same thing to her unborn child, it's not, quote unquote, really a baby. It's just a clump of cells, and they call that an abortion. And I say, isn't it funny how it's wrong when a man does it, but when a woman does the same, it's legalized? And isn't it funny how the same people crying about loss of innocent children's lives in Texas get the guns off the streets, take them all away? Assault rifles should be banned. They say that, yet they're the same ones crying for the right to take the lives of their own or someone else's innocent children. So isn't it funny how we point to the evil nature of other people's moral depravity, yet fail to see our own reflection in the mirror? And I think the crazy part is folks on one side are fighting for the right to own assault rifles or weaponry that is clearly not used for hunting or even self-defense, and it's used by evil people on other people's children, then call abortion bad. But on the other hand, folks on the other side are fighting for their right to use the scalpel and knife used by other types of evil people on their children, but then they call guns bad. So it seems like there is neither love nor God on either side. Both are morally and spiritually bankrupt, seeking the right to weaponry designed to destroy human life and the right to medical equipment designed to do the exact same thing. So both sides are seeking to protect their right to equally contribute to the death of innocent children's lives. I think it's pretty funny. It's hilarious even. Makes me laugh in a very sad way. Kind of like just a funny tragedy. So that's that's how I summed it up. That people are just so, I've yet to meet, I don't meet very many people who feel the same way about abortion or guns the same, Yes, on one side they're saying we don't want abortion, all this other stuff, but yet you sanction assault, like wartime weaponry on innocent children, and then say it's just mental illness, or it's just this, or it's just that. Is not the fact that access to these weapons isn't immorally reprehensible. It's that it should be in the hands of the people who aren't crazy or insane, But then you also have people who say, well, abortion isn't really what abortion is. We do it because, you know, some of us are raped and some of us we have to get it done to save our own lives, but completely ignoring the fact that in reality that accounts for less than 2% of all cases. So in both cases, it's based on convenience. In both cases, it's just wanting to have the right to have blood on their own hands and to sanction it, to legalize it, to protect it by any means. I think that's unfortunate. It's just so unfortunate, and that's the dark side of human nature that I observe. It's just, and they're hypocritical. Like I said, people I've seen so mad about abortion. These are the same people who are saying get the guns off the street, and the people who are so mad about getting the guns off the street are the ones advocating for abortion. It is bizarre. And maybe I'm the crazy one. Maybe I'm the one that's insane. Maybe I'm not thinking straight. And I say, well,
I think it all comes down. I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
No, that was it.
Okay. I think it all comes down to who do you. So here's the deal. And this is me on that situation, because I'm the guy that advocates for guns. I do. I say I advocate for guns.
Assault rifles.
Okay, so now we go through now that's a different thing. Now you have to give me now when we start talking, when you say the word assault rifles, what do you mean by that? Because technically, hold on a second. I'm just quantifying. Technically, any weapon, any rifle can be considered an assault rifle. So what is your definition of assault rifle?
Well, to me, it's like the semantics of people who argue for abortion. Well, what is the definition of abortion? Are you saying is it really deleting a baby, or is it just a clump of cells? I see it the exact same way when people argue for weaponry that everybody knows clearly has nothing to do with self-defense and or the hunting of animals, right?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So the way I look at it, that I know there's a definition to it. I know technically it's not an assault rifle, but when I look at it, I listen to the story of the man, the people who look at those children in the way that their bodies remain, so much so to the point where they were unrecognizable. That to me is the definition of assault rifle. A handgun does not do that. A bazooka does that. A hand grenade does that to the body. And we recognize that as something that we shouldn't be carrying those. We shouldn't have the right to own these weapons, to use it again. No, because that's not the intent. It's clearly for war. It's clearly to stop an enemy. How are children an enemy? Right. And so when these types of weapons are put into the street based on the kind of damage that they do to the body, and also what happened in I forgot, was it Brooklyn or something? New York? I forgot.
Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo, New York. Same thing. Same kind of damage. And I get it. It's not technically an assault rifle. Oh, you can use any weapon. No, I can take a handgun, and it's not, they could actually survive a bullet wound if it were to hit them a certain way. Is it likely? No. But it's far more likely that they survive that than an M16 or forgot the type of rifle that man used on those kids. They're not going to survive that. One shot anywhere on the body, it's explosive in nature. So that to me is the definition of that. I look at what that is. Same thing as I look at what abortion is. I don't look at it as, well, what do you really mean by that? Well, let's define, let's break this down. What is there to break down? When you look at how the procedure is done on a woman's body, it is destructive. It is demonic. It is evil. So there is that part where it needs to be done to save the woman's life. I agree. Where for me personally, I see that's the only time or the only reason it should be done when a woman's life is in danger. Same thing with the weapons. People should only use weapons when their life is in danger. But then what kind of weapon do you need to protect yourself and your family? Do you need an MR-16? Do you need an AK-47? Do you need a bazooka or grenade? No. So people fighting for the right to have that is completely, for me, in my opinion, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. So that's my definition to it.
Okay. I hear you. And I recognize your point. So here's the deal. I will ask you this question. Have you, because right now, no one can get an M16 legally.
AR-15, whatever that. Not an M16. I think the M16 is.
I'm about to say, nobody can put their hand, unless you military, nobody can put their hands on the M16. But an AR-15. So have you ever fired an AR-15?
No.
Okay. An AR-15 is just a standard long rifle. It's made to look kind of like military style type weapons or something like that. But the fact of the matter is, it's a standard 223 or 5.56 long rifle. In other words, you can use it to go deer hunting. That's what it is. It's not fully automatic. You're talking to a guy that has fired it many times, but it's not fully automatic. When I say fully automatic, means you hold down the trigger and it just keeps a firing until that clip's empty, till that magazine's empty. It doesn't do that. It's one shot. You pull a trigger, it's one shot. Poop. That's it. So the question is, when we start talking about how these things are done and the things that happens and the things that are put in play, if you will, in regards to guns, when a narrative is broached, anyone will seek to push in that said narrative what they want to happen. So, for example, those who know guns, keep in mind that there are millions of legal operating gun owners. Millions. The majority of crimes, 99.7% of crimes are committed by those with illegal firearms. They were illegal.
Illegal. So he must be at 0.3%.
Hold on a second. But 99.7%, I believe it was, of crimes committed with firearms are, hold on a second, were done by firearms that were obtained illegally. The other 0.3% of those were those that were done by firearms that were either obtained illegally, but the person slips through the cracks. So what do I mean by slips through the cracks? So for example, the guy that bought the firearms, say for the Texas shooting, that guy there bought them legally, and here's what people keep failing to understand. And he went through a background check to get those. Now, the question you want to ask is, how in depth are those background checks? Well, your standard background checks looks at your date of birth, address, how long you've been living there, all of these different things like that. Your standard background checks also sees if you have a criminal history, also sees if you were having if you have a criminal history or anything within the last 6 months to a year in regards to stuff like domestic violence or something like that. because those don't always go. When I say criminal history, normally it's stuff like, um, you know, robbery, assault, stuff like that, right? Do you have a rap sheet on that? Most of the time, domestic violence stuff doesn't get onto your criminal history for most people, but it does check to see if you had been involved in some type of domestic violence dispute. If so, you cannot get a weapon. You will be flagged. You cannot get a weapon. You will be denied. You will not be able to walk out of said store with it. Now, here's the kicker. What happened with this young guy and everything else. This young guy, the story has come out that this young guy had already been posting on social media and all of these different things about what he was going to do. This is the same social media stuff that if we say the wrong word right now within our algorithm, within the algorithms and everything else, we will not only get flagged and the channel possibly shut down, or if we were on Facebook, go to Facebook jail, or get Twitter yeeted, or any of these other things, right? He had no history of mental illness at all. But the stuff that he posted on social media was apparently flagged by the quote unquote FBI. So they apparently knew. They apparently had this information available. We also looked at the response of the officers who were on the scene who had been chasing him, and he crashed his truck right outside of where the school was. He entered into the school, and the police did not until a few more showed up, and then they entered the school. He was holed up in a classroom, and they stayed in the hall and did nothing. This is highly publicized. This is highly known. So that happened. When you look at the guy at Buffalo literally scoped out the store. Now, he also had no criminal background history. He also did not have, and he was an older guy, but he also had no criminal background history. But here's another thing. He had already said some inflammatory things on his social media that, again, was apparently flagged by the FBI. But he scoped out that store, I believe it was 2 days in a row. He also showed up at that store in full body armor. And he was carrying a handgun and a rifle. There were people there. There was an armed guard that was there. And he knew where that armed guard was. And the armed guard was an off-duty police officer. And the guy made his plan to do exactly what he was doing. So, did he kill people just like that other guy killed people? The answer is yes, he did. But here's the deal. He could have done the same with, and the guy kind of did. He used both rifle and handgun. And the other guy, he went in with the rifle. But it was no different. He methodically went through and killed people. Just like the Virginia Tech guy did, who used 2 handguns to do it. Right? Just like more armed robberies, just like any weekend night in Chicago, just like any of those. They were criminal. And the more we keep talking about people being, quote unquote, dealing with mental health versus this person was evil, things like that will get a pass. It didn't matter if he went in there with a shotgun 2 handguns, 30-06, anything like that. It wouldn't matter because the results for him were still going to be the same. He was going in there to kill people, and he was going to do it. Now, 2 different scenarios, guns were used, but the guns that were used were no different than any gun that you could technically get. If I went in there with something that looked from 1956 Rifleman, if I went out there with that, if he went in there with a 22 rifle, still would have been the same. He still would have put the gun and pointed at the children, and he still would have shot the children and killed them. Those things would have happened because he was evil. The guy that was in Buffalo was evil. He wasn't mentally deranged. He didn't mentally have problems and everything else. He was evil. But there were people who fell through the cracks because others who were supposed to be all of these flags and all of these things that come up, stuff like that, they didn't do their jobs. The police officers in Uvalde didn't do their jobs. The people that was security did their jobs in Buffalo, but just like everything else, cops respond. Cops respond to incidents. Cops don't, and I quote, stop them. That's up for the people who are under duress. So when you ask the question, do I need to have a gun or a rifle or an AR-15 or whatever else to protect myself and my family, I need anything that I can put my hands on to lay these jokers down without limitations. Why? Because I don't know the heart of those people. And the fact that you are showing up into my house, whether it's to steal a TV or to hurt my family, I don't know your heart. So if it requires you getting put down by any means necessary, I'll put you down by any means necessary. And that's what most people realize. Any gun law, gun control law, or anything like that is not going to affect any criminal. It's only going to affect those who obey the law. Criminals don't care about your laws. That's why they do the things that they do. Notice, he didn't go into a gun store and do this. He didn't go into an area that was highly protected. Neither one of them did. They went to the least protected areas. They went to gun-free zones where they knew they were going to have the pick of the litter to do evil things and not be accosted. That's what they do. Evil people do that. Evil people think like that. And so when they do those things and they think that, the person, you need to be ready to protect yourself and to protect others. One of the things they were screaming about over there is, well, how come there was no school resource officer? How come was doing this and this and this and this? And the fact of the matter is, they don't think it's going to happen at all. And when you don't think it's going to happen, you don't prepare for things to happen. So those things go down like that. Not too far away from where I live at right now, there was a kid that went into the high school and pulled out a gun and was going to, quote unquote, shoot some people that he had gotten tired of. There were 4 armed officers there that stopped him before he could get a shot off. The gun was not legal for him, but it was his father's gun. It was his father's handgun. His father's handgun was legally obtained. Was he being bullied at school and everything else? No, he was not. He just hated the way that these people were, and he wanted them done. He got tired of seeing them. He's sitting in a jail cell right now. But the difference between the school in Uvalde and the school that was down the road from where I'm at right now is that there were 4 officers there. And they jumped on him right as he pulled it out.
So
And it was a crowded hallway.
so
So
we need officers in every school with people walking around with weapons to protect people within that area from other people who could possibly come in with their weapons. So basically, it's a war zone. So there
no,
can be
you need what you need
there
is
can be there can be
you need diligent people. You need diligent people to be watchful, and you need to have people who are willing to protect. Because that school is not, here's the deal. That school is not a war zone. That was the first time that ever happened. That school was not in the hood. That's a school out in the suburbs. But see, you don't get that on the news. You get Uvalde. You get Sandy Hook, right? No one wants to talk about the officer that saw what the guy was doing in Sandy Hook because he used handguns. The officer that was there at Sandy Hook, he ran.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah. So the question is, who is going to be the watchman on the wall? Who is, because here's the deal. People have carried weapons for generations.
In this country.
No, in all
Yeah,
countries. In all countries. People have carried weapons.
not like America, man. It's just not the same.
Bro, people in all countries since the dawn of time, people have had weapons. It was always to protect their homes, their families, their cities, whatever. They've always had it. Now, has weapons become more plentiful? Yes. Has weapons become more deadly? Yes. But here's the deal. People still got them. And the reason why America has so many of them is because of that 2A. That Second Amendment, that doggone thing that says what? Will not interfere with the citizens' ability to bear arms. It shall not be infringed upon. Why is that important? Because it was important because they had just came from dealing with British government who was oppressive to them, tried to disarm them, fought a war over it. They said the citizens will be armed enough to be able, if the government gets out of line, to be able to make a stand. Yes, you can say whatever you want to say. They got, well, the government got tanks and helicopters and they got bombs this and bombs that and everything else. And I'll just tell you, Vietnam. Because in Vietnam, America had a whole bunch of that. And they pretty much lost to rice farmers coming up out of the ground. Now you'll hear the whole, well, yeah, but they really wasn't fighting the war. They were acting more as a peacekeeping and everything else. There might be some truth for that. They lost. And you think that a lot of these people in the army that you have said now that you're dropping the requirements for this and requirements for that and requirements for this and requirements this is really gonna go up against this country boy that lives out in the woods, lives on the backside of the Appalachian Mountains that know everything coming up the path. The guys that live up in the woods and all of these areas around Tennessee and swamps of Louisiana and knowing everything by the back of their hand? Really? They really gonna come in and just like take out outside of bombing citizens too? Come on, it won't happen. It won't happen. It won't happen because it would not. You think there would be some type of government overthrow then? It would be government overthrow. You start bombing citizens here and see what happens. You got too many areas. You got too many spots. It's too many things. Don't believe me? Look at what happened in Arizona. They tried to go against this dude and his family on their ranch. And they literally had helicopters and they had police officers and everything else and part of the National Guard come down on these folks. And they couldn't take them out. They killed a couple of them, but they couldn't take them out. And then they were sued.
Joseph, let me ask you a question. Do any of those shootings happen in politician schools that the children go to? that you've heard of?
Nope, and that's
why don't you think that happens?
Why don't I think that?
Yeah.
Why don't I think that these?
Why do you think that politician or parents that got bread? Why don't you think the schools that their children go to get shot up or things like that?
I guess you could make the argument that it's fortified or that it's protected by officers or such or whatever. I'm guessing that's the argument.
No, that's not the argument. That's what it is. It's not the argument. That's it. That's it. Simple. See, what happens is, these arguments, get conflated when we start splintering it into different scenarios and all that stuff. Because, there's always exceptions to the rule. Simplicity. You don't hear Barack Obama's children having any other, situation, schools that they went to, or any president or any CEO person that got bread. You don't hear it on a consistent basis. You might hear it once in a while, but on a consistent basis, you don't hear it. Why? Because their school is fortified, like you said, and protected by armed police, FBI, Secret Service, whatever. They're protected. So the same way you protect their children, why don't you protect ours? I understand that they're politicians, so they're going to be overprotected. Why don't you put 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 police officers in each school? Hell yeah. Yeah.
Each school.
I think yes.
I would say because, if you're thinking about just the salary of a single police officer,
doesn't matter.
And I really just want to finish my point real quick.
Right. But see, you see how you're coming up with a breakdown?
No, it's not a breakdown. It's just
I'm saying
economics.
Got you. You see
if these people have the money to afford to send their kids to private school,
right? Of
course, they're going to have a reasonable expectation.
And how much money does America give to Israel every year?
Billions, man. I don't know.
There you go. Billions every year. Take $1 billion of that, or take $1 billion from their war pact that they use every year. Take $1 billion from that and put it towards cops to protect our children. Yeah, it's not hard, brother. They choose not to do it.
Or, we could do that, and right. it will be a never-ending cycle of constantly spending money to beef up security to the point where the kids. I personally, when I grew up, we didn't have these type of issues, so it wasn't always like this problem that graduated over a period of time, a long period of time, probably like the last 20 or so years. So it became a new thing when I was coming out of school. So it's as the weapons become more powerful and more accessible, and people are arguing for, well, it's my right to have access to not a rifle that can take out a deer from a long range distance or a sniper, whatever. But they argue for just more and more power in their hands and use the Second Amendment as a so basically, as the weapons become more technologically more savvy and more efficient, so it gets into the hands of both those who will use it the right way, like those officers who will be paid to do the job, as well as the people who want to use it for evil intent. So it's like this never-ending cycle. At some point, there has to be some sort of reasonable expectation or some sort of reasonable limits to what we can acquire. I should not be able to go into a store and get landmines, for example, because I don't like when someone walks into my property and they call it trespassing. But there are, I'm sure, people who would argue that, oh, well, you should be able to use XYZ or get this XYZ weapon and use it as a lethal force to defend yourself and your family. But it never ends.
But do you see what you did? What you did was you shot yourself. But what you did was you shot yourself in the foot. Right?
Okay.
And let me tell you how you did that. Okay, I'll give you a perfect example. When the housing market messed up, when Baby Bush signed to bail out banks, and he went to the Social Security, he took over $80-something billion to give to the banks, right? The simplicity of it is this. Okay, so you had, predatory loans and all these things happening. We have some, a little bit over 300 million Americans. Okay. And let's just easy number. $1 billion is 1,000 million. $1 billion is 1,000 million. Why didn't you just structure a loan for those that had problems with their homes? Why did you have to bail out the banks? See, the simplicity of it, you look at it, it's asinine. It's asinine because I can't go into my Social Security and bail out, I can't do that. But they did it for the banks. When it was the predatory loans that was given, all you need to do is just structure a loan for a person that has a $500,000 home, $200,000 home. All you need is $1 billion. You don't need the billions of dollars that Barack Obama came in right after him and signed also. So when you say, well, damn, it happens, it's a never ending thing. I get the point that you're trying to make. However, America spends the most money on its war chest. Most money. There is no other country that spends as much as America spends every year on top of what they give other countries in aid every year. But you have homeless here, but you're quick to police the planet. And you have problems here. So why aren't we shoveling those billions of dollars that you give to every other country, continent?
Ukraine.
Why are we not using it here? Why are we not using it here? So we don't have these issues in the politician schools. We don't have them. Everyone still has guns though, but you don't hear about, Kennedy's such and such or whatever. You don't hear that. Put 2-3 cops in each thing. Yeah. Spend $100 million. You don't got to spend $1 billion. Spend $100 million to properly train police officers, to put them in the schools. Sure. You put them in train stations. You got them in Dunkin' Donuts. Some of them moonlight in supermarkets. Have them moonlight in the damn school.
Well, the majority of, and that's another thing.
But here's the thing: when someone's spitting back at you, guns are not the answer. They're optional. And what I mean by that is, when you walk into my home shooting, and I spit back at you, it gives you an option. Let me leave because this cat is shooting back. When there's nothing in the home, I'm at your beck and call, brother. Whatever you choose to do, I have to concur. But if I shoot back at you, nah. Now it's about who's the better shooter. Now it's about, do you want that hot sauce? That's all it's about. Nothing more, nothing less. You're not going to get rid of the weapons. When these cats wrote the Second Amendment, they were writing it for tyranny. That's what they wrote it for. It wasn't about hunting. It was about we're never letting our freedoms being taken away again. So that's not going to change. And then here, look at it this way. Every country that's had their guns taken, what has happened to the citizens?
Enslaved.
Let's go through that. Mao, Stalin, Hitler, Che. We can go on.
What? Like
It's not
Australia. They had them in entertainment camps.
Right.
this last year.
It's not going to happen here.
For them.
You know,
you're talking about these maniacal dictators of yesteryear, and also
you think these
to
dudes
some
are
extent
here?
back.
What do you think
But-
these dudes are here? They're not maniacal?
I mean, I'm also looking at examples like in Europe or like Australia, who
Right.
did not ban weapons,
Right.
but the type of weapons of which I speak of, in which it has no use for, where the intention is to maim.
Stop.
Okay.
No.
He said no.
Australia literally took every gun. Every
So did-
gun. Every
so did-
rifle that they had for hunting, for everything else. They did a quote unquote massive buyback. And the people went and turned in all of their guns. And those who didn't, it was then confiscated after the fact. So now here's the kick part. Australia right now has over 200,000 plus illegal guns. So the citizens don't have guns. The state has guns. And the criminals have guns.
But the people
don't. So when you this goes to the point of what I was kind of saying before, and what Bolo is touching on right now. You really got two choices when it comes down to when you start talking about the whole gun. Either you believe that people are inherently good, or you believe that people are inherently evil. So if people are inherently good, then everything that you're talking about would technically not happen. If people are inherently evil, then that means that it can happen at any time, because the heart of a man would be considered, as it says in the scripture, exceedingly wicked, right? Not to say that a person won't do good, but when the rubber meets the road, it's all about self and not about others. It's all about self. So, one sec, Bo.
Yeah.
So when you say that, if you believe then that people are inherently evil or have the capacity to do evil things, right? And you mention, why would I have a gun that, saying what kind of gun I need or don't need. I need whatever needs to be made available that anyone else would have to come against me with. So for example, if that's the case, and I don't move with the different technologies of the quote unquote weapons of war, because believe you me, you are in one, whether you like it or not, but you might not just be actively in one. But in saying that, everyone would still have the musket, while someone else is carrying a 9mm Glock, Barella, or running around with a 22, with a 40 cal, or 50, or shooting 223s, or 5.56, or 300 blackouts, and they can get a shot off at any time, and I have to keep reloading one shot because I'm still using a musket, right? So the technology has to match the threat. So whatever the threat is, that's it. If I decide to landmine around my house, even though you really can't pick up landmines, but if I say we could pick up landmines, and I decide that I don't want anybody coming around my house in any shape, form, or fashion, and I landmine around my house, and I put a fence up, and I say protected by landmines, and someone jumps the fence to go in there, It's their fault. Now, would I ever do that? No. The answer. But should I have the right to do that? The answer is yes. Those rights should exist, whether someone feels it's extreme or not, right? To match the threat that could be coming through. So if this person has an AR-15 and I have an AR-15, they decide to come into my house and to do whatever they want to do, I should be able to retaliate with the weapon that is an equal and or could be even better than what they have, right? Because the threat is not that the person has a weapon, but it's the person's heart and intention on what they're doing with the weapon. And that's what most people fail to understand. It's not the you talked about Europe. London and France now has a problem with knives.
Mm-hmm.
Not guns, knives. To the point where they started banning knives. If you were a chef, you had to have your knives registered, and you could only have your knives open in your kitchen and then at your place of residency. And they had to be locked away. Knives. So it's never about the weapon that's in use.
About the person.
It's always about the person and the heart of the person. And when you understand that a person is bent toward wickedness, then you will always be watchful. You will always be ready, right? You will always be prayerful. Not because you want to, but because you have to.
And let me add this, Ant.
That's why go ahead.
I wish we didn't have to carry. I wish I lived in a world where we didn't have to use this. We didn't have to, because remember, my answer is not a gun, brother. My answer is Christ. A gun gives me options.
That's it.
That's what it does. That's all it does. My salvation ain't based on no weapon. Hell no. But it gives me options in certain situations. You dig what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, there are solutions. But we have to understand, and this goes deeper, and it goes deeper. We're living in a society that is made to be broken. This society was never made to be fixed. Can it be fixed? It can. But it was made to be broken. This is why you have a recurring revolving door every 4 years, and they spew the same garbage every 4 years. Because they keep you believing in the dream. Now, once you realize that this is something that was created to be broken, that's when drama starts. Because now, the American people wake up and say, this thing was never made to be fixed. It was made for people to pander to us to make us think that they can fix it. But every year they say the same garbage. So they get you emotional, hooked. They get you emotionally tied in and believing in the dream. It just is what it is. So don't say that they can't fix it. They can fix it. If you can get a plane, listen, Elon Musk has a damn spaceship that flies straight up into the sky and lands the same way. Don't tell me you can't get rid of violence in schools. Don't tell me you can't do it. Tell me you don't want to do it. Because if they fix it, it's the same way with that dude that made a car to run on water. Money, he just disappeared. He gone now. Finished. Why? Because that solves the problem. And guess who doesn't make any money? Those that run the earth. Those that run it. The end of the day, they keep these problems happening. It's like the Western doctors. They don't treat the sickness. They treat the symptom. Why? To keep you sick. To keep you coming back. That's why. They can treat the sickness. They choose not to, most doctors. I'm not going to say all. But that's how Western. Why do you think a lot of people go outside of America to get treatment? Because they deal with the sickness, not the symptom. See, what you're doing is dealing with the symptom. Let's get rid of the weapons. But you still got the people. The weapons don't shoot. The people shoot the weapons. The weapons ain't. I mean, now they got drones and things that, they can program, but it's the people that's doing it. So if you don't have the weapons, and Ant made a good point, there are no guns in England. None. There's knives. Now they got a knife problem. So what are you going to use next? Toothpicks. There's going to be a toothpick problem after a while. Cats going to have to ban toothpicks. When does it stop? You have to deal with the people, because the people are the one that's out of course. Not the guns, not the animals, not the earth, the people. We are out of course. We are unattached to Christ. It's us. So if you don't fix the people, you're not fixing the problem. So I don't care how many guns you banned. I don't care if you say everyone's going to wear slingshots. Slingshots is going to be a problem. Why? Because someone with a slingshot like David's is going to walk into a supermarket and say, give me this food, or I'm going to hit you with this smooth rock. Then what do? Ban all slingshots? Or do we say, we got to start dealing with these people with mental illness, depression, people that go and give their lives to fight the war and come back and they're homeless. Come back and they can't get decent medical. That's the problem. Problem ain't the pistol. The problem is the people that's running the earth. They're the problem. They're the ones that funnel money every place else. They're giving basketball players $800 million. Baseball players $250 million. You can't take $2 million of that. How much does a typical cop make? 40 grand a year? 40 grand. You can't take 10 million and spread that out? 2 cops in each school? Now, I'm not telling you someone isn't going to try the school, but they're going to know someone's going to be spitting back. That's a deterrent. Doesn't mean that I'm not going to try you. But this is why back in the days when everybody in the Wild Wild West had a pistol, guess typically who was the only people that got shot? The people that, I told Anthony, leave by sundown, dog. And if Anthony didn't leave by sundown, we did our thing. The only 2 people that got shot was either him or I. Him or I, when everybody had one. But when you leave it in the hands of the bad guys, that's why New York, everyone's getting shot. Everyone, because you know why? Typically, the citizens don't have a pistol. But the bad guys do. Now, you give everyone a pistol, or at least let the bad guys think that someone can have a pistol. They'll think twice. Doesn't mean that crime is going to stop. Doesn't mean that. But it gives them a pause to say, you know what? Let me think about this for a second. Let me just think about it. Because he might have something on him. I don't want to die to get Pampers for my child. I don't want to die. So let me go see if I could do something a little bit more easier, less strenuous, and less danger. We spend so much bread, B, on creating weapons. You gonna tell me that they can't take some of that budget that they use for their black ops to give to police officers or a security firm to protect our schools? They could. They choose not to. They keep you afraid. Why? Because as long as I keep you afraid, you're going to want the government to get into you. Remember, the federal government wasn't made to be in our business.
Mm-hmm.
They wasn't made to be our business, the federal government. They only got involved when things got out of hand. So now you know what they're doing? They're making things get out of hand so that they can be in your business. They can take certain freedoms away. And when they take it, they don't give it back. I'll give you an example. When they were creating the World Trade Center, the new one, the Freedom Center, whatever the hell they call it, they ran out of money. So you know what they said? We're going to put the toll. The toll was $15. They raised it to $18 to help finish building the World Trade Center, the Freedom Tower. After it was built, do you think they brought it down to $15, or do you think it's still $18? Still $18, my G. Why didn't they just bring it back down? No, because you know what? The people accept it. So now we're going to keep it moving. The same when they right now in NYC, cops just stop and frisk you illegally. But what they're doing is desensitizing you to. So if people just open up their bag and show it to them, random, you could just be walking in. Hey, you, come here, Joseph. Come here. You, come here. Open up your bag. Let me see. Did I do anything? No. We're just randomly against the law. But people just submit to it. So now they're desensitized. Now it's the norm. It's the norm. So anytime they take something from you, they're not going to give it back. I promise you they won't. I promise you they won't. So all this bread that you spending, now not meaning you, meaning the government, all this bread that they're spending, how much money did they spend in Iraq, Afghanistan?
Well,
trillions? And
kind of like just like the institution of the income tax.
That's it. All they did was destabilize the Middle East. That's all they did. They gave the key to them people when they left. Here's the key, man. Here. And left. Take some of that bread and invest in the construct of America. Build some bridges. Repave the roads, man. How about pay some cops to be in the schools? Train them right. These guys are supposed to uphold the law, and half of them don't even know the law. How the hell can you uphold the law and don't know it? Send them to college. They should at least be able to interpret the law if they're going to defend it. Give them some type of training for mental disease and depression. See, they don't do that. Why? Because that would solve the problem. So every year they come with a new issue to pander to you, to pander to me, to pander to Anthony, to pander to America and say, this is what we're going to do to solve it. This is what we're going to do. Barack Obama had a whole lot of promises. Did he do any of them? No. Nope. Not one. Then the next guy comes in right behind him and says, yeah, he failed. This is where I'm going to do it. It's a company. It's America. It's a company. That's it. So, we can get caught up in the talking points of saying, get rid of the weapons. Okay, they did that in England. There are no guns. There's knives. Now they got a knife problem. Now what? Get rid of the knives. So what are we going to use? The police got whistles, my G, in England. Whistles. Wee, wee, whistles. Now there's a knife problem. Come on, man. We got to stop playing. This is why we are in the situation that we in, because we make things more complicated than what they need to be. Things are really simple. It's simple. Simple. You got a gun, I got a bigger one. You want to fight? No, I'm good. Okay. Cool. Simplicity. Let's make it simple. Let's not make this thing hard, man. We make things too hard. Put 2 police in every school. 2. That's not hard. You give every ex-president, you give him $200,000 for the rest of his life, and you give him a police detail for the rest of their life. For the rest of their life. For the rest of their life, they got police detail, FBI, Secret Service, whatever it is. How much more the people that facilitate this country? This country's on the backbone of the middle class. Put some police officers in the schools. Do that. I guarantee you'll see a drop. I'm not going to tell you it's going to end crime in school shootings, but it'll bring it down. You know why? Because they're going to say, damn, there's cops there. Let's go someplace else to shoot up. This is not hard, man. It really isn't. It's not hard at all. But when we have these talking points and we start talking about, but why do they need a rifle? I agree with you. I agree with you. Why do they need such big? I hear you. I feel you. But it's here. So we have this problem. What do we do now? We have it. That's not going to happen, what you're proposing. So what do we do? Let's think realistically. I understand women should be able to dress the way they want to dress here in America, but you can't. You can't. If you do, and you jog in Central Park at 3 o'clock in the morning, there's ramifications to the decisions you make. So let's look. Let's deal with the real world now. Okay, you're giving trillions of dollars to all these other countries. Spend $1 trillion here. That's 1,000 billion. 1,000 billion is 1 trillion. A billion is 1,000 million. You give that to Israel every year. And I think it's a few billion. Take 1 billion and just spend it in your country. How about that? 1 billion. And you don't even need $1 billion to hire police officers to put in a school in every state. You don't even need $1 billion. You don't even need that. And I guarantee you, some of these kids they'll be like, you know what, let me just chill. I walk into Port Authority, they got military guys there. M16 shotguns. Put some of them dudes in schools. See what happens. Big deterrent. Big deterrent. But they don't do that. But the schools that these rich people go to and the schools that these damn politicians go to, they're walking around with armed guards. How dare you tell me I shouldn't have an armed guard in my school, but the people that are talking about they shouldn't have armed guards in schools, their kids go to schools where there's armed guards. That makes sense? To me, it doesn't. It doesn't. Now, again, you can't stop it because we just live in a wicked world and people are going to do things. You're going to have some people that are just going to do things, but you can slow it down dramatically. I promise you can. Put those armed guards in these schools. Put them in the schools. You put them where the rich people are. You put the police in Beverly Hills. You got the police on 5th Avenue, 3rd Avenue. Put them where the people that really need them. Put them there.
Well, I noticed that there are a lot of places too that they already have it. They call them school resource officers. And there's a lot of places that have started putting those. The problem is that they don't always do it on they run into two problems. And it kind of goes back to what you were saying a little bit ago. Is either not enough of them, depending on where you're located, is either not enough of them, or they have the ones that are incompetent. Kind of like what you saw when I was talking about Sandy Hook, right? You had the guy was a coward. He ran out and got behind a police car. And so you have these things going on where you're not having the people that's is either not funded correctly or you don't have the right people in there. And that does come with taking a toll and actually being responsible on the people that actually go in there. But Joseph,
let me ask you a question, and I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the iPhone 14 is coming out? Do you think they knew about that 13 phones ago?
Yes.
Right. So they create this phone with a problem and then tell you we're going to fix it with the iPhone 15.
Yes.
These dudes ain't stupid. They do
this.
No.
I agree with you.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying they create the problem themselves. They already have the answer. All they need to do is formulate the question. That's all they do. They give you this with the problem.
Mm-hmm.
This government has a problem. It's been created with the problem. They create the red tape themselves to keep you in that conundrum of saying, we can do this. We can do this. What can we do? And so foolishly, we don't even see it. So foolishly, we don't see it. That's why we put in the hashtags. Be the change. You be the change. Don't let that dude that lives in Fort Myers, Florida, come to you and say, I know what it is to live in Flatbush, Brooklyn. You listen to damn this guy talk, Biden, when he went to the black him and Hillary Clinton, when they asked her, what do you keep in your purse? You know what she had the nerve to say? I keep hot sauce. Yo, come on, man.
And she pulled it out. She pulled it out too, so you can see.
This dude said to Charlemagne the God, yo, Duke, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
And I'll get Corn Pop to verify.
Come on, man. You think they talk like that when they go on other channels? No. They pander to us because we're emotional people. That's what they do. Oh, snap. Bill Clinton is the first black president. He got shades on and he's playing the sax. Oh. Duke, I sit back and I just look at it and laugh, my G. But it hurts me because I see every 4 years, this is what happens. They put a monkey and an idiot up there and they dance in front of you and you got to pick between the monkey and the idiot. You pick. This dude's going to run, or this chick is going to run the free world. Come on, man. You pick. One gives you lube, the other doesn't. Which one do you want? So that's what I'm saying to you. You know, that's what I'm saying to you is when you sit there and say, but they don't need these. Listen, me, I like the assault rifle. You know what I'm saying? I like it. But I agree with you in the bigger picture. I agree with you. But we don't live in that world. But don't tell me that they can't have some type of fix. It may not cure the problem. But damn it, it can slow it down. I promise you it could. If they took the bread that they're spending on trying to make bullets that think, you know they got bullets that think? Did you know that?
Yep.
Joseph?
No.
They got a bullet. Why do you need a bullet that think? Why? Who are you making these weapons to fight? You're not making it to fight humans. Who are you making these weapons to fight? Why don't you want any man behind a weapon? Why do you want computers and drones? Why? We better start thinking about the bigger picture, bro. Start looking at the scriptures, start looking at Revelations. Understand, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual wickedness in high places, dog. Understand that. They got bullets that changes trajectory. You move, it moves with you. Why? Why? That ain't for me. They got guns that shoot lasers, my G. That ain't for no dude on Flatbush in Brooklyn. That's for something heavenly, my G. Cats better start understanding what's happening. This big thing that's happening with this, you know, the abortion thing, I guarantee you, it's sleight of hand. They got us freaking out on this, and they're doing something else on the right. They're passing some type of law or something that you're going to know about 8 months from now while this Roe v. Wade was going on.
Yep.
Stop getting caught up in the WWE. Stop. We got to stop, man. We got to start opening up our eyes and looking at this book and what it's telling us. It's telling you, don't get caught up. Repent, for your salvation is nearer than ye think. Repent. These cats got planes that go Mach 8. Why do you need a plane that go Mach 8, my G?
You just can't turn on the dime.
It just can't turn on. Why do you need a plane that goes 8 times the speed of sound? Why? Who are you trying to fight? Who do you got a problem with? And now this is a global thing. Don't think that America's against Russia. Man, come on, don't get caught up in that nonsense, man. Because, listen, understand this. And this is really simple, but think about this. If Type-C that they use for the Android phone, the Type-C is the norm now. You do know that, right, Joseph? Did you know that?
No.
Okay, so Type-C is the new norm. All Apple products are going to have a Type-C. They already started doing it with the Mac. All Androids have Type-C. And this is across the board universally around the world. You know someone had to have a meeting to do that, right? You know that, right? So if we can all agree, Lenovo, Benz, All these different cars that have these USB now are going to start using Type-C. That means we all had to agree. So if you can agree on that Type-C, you can't agree to say let's end world hunger. Can't agree on that. Come on, son. We got to start thinking, bro. We got to stop being so emotional. If they can get Type-C, if they can get damn, crypto to be legal around the world, cats are meeting to pass these laws.
And then tank it.
And then, come on, man. Come on. If you can't see that these things, they already have the answer. All they're doing is creating the questions and leading you and me and Ant and the village and the rest of the world to say, and they're just sitting there. And they're waiting for you to say, we need you, big government, to come in and take some of our freedoms because we need you to protect us. That's what they're waiting for. You sure you need us to do it? Yeah. So we're going to have to go into the Constitution and take certain things away. Yes, protect us. Okay. Let's start looking at the bigger picture, man. Let's stop, because understand, sheeple will always be led to the slaughter. Understand that. Understand it. And hopefully we don't get flagged.
First village t-shirt.
Yeah. And we working on t-shirts too, bro. We working on t-shirts. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully we don't get, flagged, because, bro, if we don't see what's going on in front of our eyes, if we don't see, remember what the Lord said, put on the arm of the Lord so that you can get past the wiles of the devil, the trickery of him. He's a trickster. That's what he is. He's Mixoplick. They used to always mess with Superman. Remember that little dude? Powerful, always mess with Superman until Superman make him say his name backwards and make him disappear.
Mm-hmm.
He's Mixoplick. Don't get caught up in his nonsense, bro. I don't want to play your game. I'm not playing it. I'm out. So I'm not going to even attempt. I'm not going to attempt. Now they're trying to arrest Trump. They're trying to do this. They got so many different satire television shows on TV and the news. You don't know. They got us moving so emotional right now. You don't know what to do. You're emotional with the abortion thing. You're emotional because they're trying to grab Trump. You're emotional, because, the sports. They got us moving so to and fro, and they're passing laws and doing things, and we're so caught up with our head in the ringer, we don't know. We don't know. We're having conversations like this that makes no sense. It makes no sense. That's like having a conversation about women being submissive to men. I'm like, how many times are we going to have this conversation, man? How many times? There's an answer to it. You want women to be submissive? Yeah, you be submissive. Be submissive to your husband. And guess what? Your wife will be submissive to you. There's your answer. Okay? Be submissive to God, and God will make your wife submissive to you. There you go. There's your answer. So now we don't have to have that conversation again. But guess what? Come Monday through Friday, 50 different channels are going to be talking about how can we get the woman to understand the man, because the man has the plan and he's going to do a handstand on American Bandstand. And cats are going to watch it. Stupid. Dumb. You want your woman to be submissive to you? Yeah. You be submissive to God. There you go. Because guys that have their women in submission don't ever have to ask. My question would be, how the hell did you do that, Ant? And what's your answer going to be to me, Ant? That was what you're supposed to answer. It would have been nice if you would have answered right there.
Oh, well, I guess I said it on mute.
Yeah.
Because I was already submitted to God. That's why.
It. Simplicity, my G. Simplicity. It ain't hard. Christ is simple, bro. What king was it that went to Elisha and said, heal me? And Elisha said, yo, go dump yourself 7 times.
Oh, that was Syrian general.
Syrian general.
NAMI.
Money said, "No, I ain't doing that, man. You gonna have me dump myself in that dirty river? You could have mentioned all these different rivers. I'm leaving. And here's this dude. You sick? You came to me for help, and I gave you the answer, and you got an attitude with me. And it was something simple. Just dump yourself 7 times." He walked away. His slave or his man, homeboy, whatever, walked up to him and said, "Yo, Duke, do you know how simple that is? Because if the Lord told you to go find the eagle, even though people don't say that, he told you to do something astronomical and hard, you would do it. Here it is, he gave you something simple and you fight him on. You went and did it, he was healed. Christ is simple, bro. We make him complicated. We make him complicated. He's really simple. He's not complicated at all. Satan is complicated. But see, if you submit yourself to Christ, you ain't got to deal with him. God will do the fighting for you. I'll handle him for you. I'll handle him. But since you want to try and fight him yourself, go ahead. See, this dude's been doing this for thousands of years. Let's see if you can beat him. Go. When I'm telling you, I created the dude. I know how to beat him. Hell, I got a book that says I beat him. How much more of a sneak peek and a cheat do you need? How much more? God went past Cliff Notes. He said, here's the answer. Just follow it. But Ant said it earlier. Our heart, bro. Our heart. So it's not the guns that are shooting. The day a gun shoot, we got a problem. And that's what they're creating right now. They're creating guns to shoot. Why do you think they're fighting 8G, 10G, 12G, 15G? Why do you think they're doing all that? Because they don't want people. They want one dude or that little posse of people that run the planet to press a button and that robot goes and does what it's supposed to do with no emotion. None whatsoever. So keep voting. Keep getting caught up in the Roe v. Wades and all that nonsense. Keep getting caught up in it. Keep doing it. So with that being said, I guess we're going to call it a night. We've been, this is reminiscent of old Testimony Friday. We've been up 4 hours and 8 minutes. My man Joseph got the Purple Rain picture up. You know what I'm saying? With the one eye covered. It's fly, son.
Purple Rain.
That's the Purple Rain picture, son. I'm gonna try to make that picture purple. Joseph, you don't mind, do you? Joseph, you there? He probably went to sleep.
No, he was on a few seconds ago. I think he might be on mute.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. I said I'm gonna make that picture purple, son.
Yeah.
Okay. My man got the chain showing too. He got the little medallion showing with the thing covering his eye. You know what I'm saying? He probably just went to the barbershop that day, got the beard done. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Come on now. That was done purposely. There's no mistake there, baby. Everything there was done purposely and by design.
Yeah, wow.
I never meant to give you any problems. I never meant to cause you any pain. Anybody better know that is Joseph. Purple Rain. All right, man. Tonight we're going to read. What Psalms did I have it on? That guy's made me lose the Psalms. Okay, tonight we're going to read Psalms 82. 82. And it reads, God stands in the congregation of the mighty. He judges among the gods. How long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Salah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Free them from the hand of the wicked. They do not know, nor do they understand. They walk about in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are unstable. I said, Ye are gods, and all your children, and all of you are children of the Most High, but ye shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for you shall inherit all nations. Lord God, thank you for allowing us to come together. Thank you for allowing us to praise your name. Thank you for your marvelous works. Thank you for my brothers and sisters in Christ. Thank you for your patience, your mercy, your love, your generosity, your kindness, your forgiveness, your loyalty, your faithfulness, your truth, but most of all, your love. Thank you. For we are not deserving of it, but yet you give it. We ask you, Lord God, to please, excuse me, protect all those that serve you and honor you, love you. Protect all those that search for you, Lord God. Allow them to feel your marvelous presence and hear your beautiful voice. Lord God, we are going to mention some names. We ask that you please protect their families. We ask that you give them travel mercy if they are traveling. We ask that you please encamp angels around themselves, their minds, bodies, souls, and spirits, and strengthen them. In Jesus' name, we ask you, Lord God, to please protect Mika, Be Easy, Miss Carrington, Tazapath, Playful and Derek, Little Rock, Coach, Bam, Anthony and Steve, Lyric, B, Smiles, Lexi, Fallon, Chris, AGAG, Alex, Lincoln, CJ, LA Floyd, Introverted, K Cooper, Montrell, Bumble D, Just Jab, Heather, Phoenix Lit, Drizzle, Juju, Brian Redmond, LA Harlem, Michael Rivera, Tommy Sotomayor, Just J, Yeshaya, Naja, Aura, Yediah Shah, Imani Fleetwood, Dog, Peach Cobbler, Byron, Aaron and Mom, Butterfly, Joseph, Shakina Glory, Miss Lady, Matthew, George, Chat with Divine, Mason, Yoshi, 10 past 11, Norman, BCDC 123, James Corbett, Lawrence, Teak, Latanya, D. Sledge, Tremaine and her son, J.A. Dudley, Only Time, Beverly and Dorothy, Dante, Miss Taylor, Lapeef and the whole panel, High Risk 1, Daryl, Nicole Watson, Jedi, Master Wu, Lancelot, Miss M, Rochelle Halliburton, Definite G, Slim, 611, Mr. O, Black Genesis, Maggie, the substitute teacher, I am an Israelite queen, 30, Andre Terry, Lawrence Rotano, Miss B. Finesse, Time Traveler, It Is What It Is, Jacob Lewis, Gordon Ronald, Tony, J. Chasm Snuggles, Enya, Pasha Blaine, Shake Rack King, Jean, Celestial, Veggie Jess, The Intellectual, Soapbox, Wave Face, Aaron Miller, Sparkles, Alan R., Trash Can Waves, The Lead Attorney, Randy Easter, Jay Mills, Kingdom Minded, Black Dust, Roy Rodriguez, I Can Cook, Ken Sean Holistic, AMF, Over the Top, Snuggle 668, You're Pushing 40, Random Stuff, Amy Lewis, Jay, CMC Productions, Motor Love 1968, Ramses, Red Lipstick and Son Caleb, Crystal Woodside, Jeanette Knight, Dale Jackson, Brula Blades, Nikki, Turtle House, Erica Murray, Hardway, C. Cool, Jedi Mike, Just DeWitt, Selena Black Dazzle, Tay Tay, Sexy Slim TV, Pierre Ledoux, Jamal Woodward, Provoking Thoughts, Mosaic, TJ Randolph, Ibra, The Last Saint, Bill With Me, Pillow Talk, Billionaire Mentos Podcast, Chaotic Truth, 84 Clean Cut, Princess G, Alan G, Balling's My Hobby, Sir Hale Speaks, Security Boss Unsolicited, Icy Lemon, Ane, I.A. Lewis, Taylor Made, E. Black, George Lewis, Zach Stewart, Richard Gordonez, Brolic St. Sean, O'Shea Lennox, Big Wolf, E. Daughter, Information Man Show, Shanita Richardson, Byron Podcast Show, King Rich, The Windy City, Truth Is Never Favored, Damage, Robert, Mr. Dogs, Alvin Davis, Chris G, Travis Savage, Ebony, Riley, McCann, Mona, Mona D, Alexis W911, Karma, The Real Erica, Yajane, Black Genesis, Almond Brown 09, Chalk K, Melanie, Queen 2K, Just a Splash, L Nixon, Prince of Petty, Sleeping Beauty, Vaughn Bryant, Masterpiece, The Book of Genesis, Miss Lady, Sunday, FFS, Ronald Hot Boy, Sunflower, Uncle Stu, Nasira, C. Darius, Black Vegeta, M.E., Brittany A., Mr. A., Floyd Finklia, Kevin Palmer, Courtney Lucky, Rilla, Anton Daniels, Juana Chica, Health and Healing, Saska, Bravo with Sheila, Gail Lockett, Sammy McFadden, Sincerely Scorpio, Seeley, What the Funk, Melifant, Kadar, Emerge Daily, Talk with Troy, K. Nicole, Just Right Music, AURD, Tyree Patterson, Mr. Rucker, Just Me Coconuts, Community Solution, Black Man Travels, T. Blaze, Black Men Unfiltered, Daryl Long, Sheed We Hear, Bovine Breed, Spiritual Logic, The Learning Curve, Mr. Best in the World, Mr. Black 331, Sheba Pisces, Moments with Nikki Red, Rulia and Mills, Big Bad Bull, Randy, Doris Myers, Ma'at Speak, and Eden. We ask you, Lord God, that you please protect them all those that search for you, all those that is searching for you. We ask you, Lord God, to please let all those that suffer mental illness, depression, addiction, all those that are suffering, Lord God, homeless, please let them know that there's a place that they can go. Help them to find help. Let them know that they are loved. Let them know that they are not alone. In Jesus' name, we pray. Amen. Big Ant, last words on you, my brother.
Well, it's a great show, and you know, great stream. I was glad that Maleficent was able to come up and give her testimony. Love this discussion with yourself and AMF and Joseph, and we just felt good to chop up things, man, and just hash things out and talk, and look forward to it on every Friday, and look forward to seeing everyone again on Monday morning for the morning read. So everybody, be careful, uh, get rest, enjoy your weekend, and God willing, we'll see everyone on Monday.
I couldn't do any better. Guys, listen, stop wasting time. If you haven't accepted Christ, your Lord and Savior, do it now. Tomorrow's not promised. The hour's not promised. Next minute's not promised. So, Lord willing, we see you guys Monday morning. Please have a safe and blessed weekend. And commune with the Lord, man. Speak with him. All right, guys, have a blessed day. Big Ant, I love you. Melephant, thank you for coming up and sharing, man. It was awesome to hear you and sound at peace. Thank you so much. And to all those that were in the chat, love you all, man. Good night. Lord willing, see you guys. Big Ant, I love you, my brother.
Love you too, man. Have a great one.
You too, my brother.